Well, thank you so much to AJWS for that beautiful video. I want to start by saying, first off, thank you so much for being here today for Girl Summit 2015. This is actually the second Girl Summit DC that we've held in the Birdsall house here at the Center for Global Development, and we'd just love to thank the Center for being such a great partner to us in this and allowing us to use this beautiful space again. I'd also love to say, if you are not a French speaker, there will be French panelists here with us today. Please go get a translation device. And if you are a French speaker, that was a better decision than mine, which was to take Latin in high school. My name is Lena Minshew. I'm a co-chair of Girls Not Brides USA, and I am with the International Women's Health Coalition. I am just absolutely thrilled that we're here today, blown away by the turnout, by the RSVP list. We obviously have support from fantastic CSO sponsors, including those that you saw filtering through here. Thank you so much to our co-sponsors for today's event. But we also have a lot of folks from different missions around the city, from the U.S. government, and I think it's just a fantastic showing of support for adolescent girls and specifically for ending child marriage. So thank you all for coming, and I hope that you are here to learn something, but also here to have a little bit of fun. I am going to be your MC, so I hope that it'll be educational, but also that we can keep things moving together, and also have a little bit of fun together while we learn more about the solutions to ending child marriage. I would also like to make sure that you all help us get what we hear today out into the world. We're using hashtag Girls Summit DC. When you tweet, please use that hashtag. That way we can get it trending. And if we do get it trending here in DC, I promise everyone a cookie. So please use the hashtag. I'm going to now invite the president of the International Women's Health Coalition, Francoise Girard, to come up and give some welcoming remarks, set the stage for us about why we're here, and more of what we're going to hear today. Francoise is an enormous champion for girls, and she's been one for the last many decades. It's really my honor to work for her, for such a champion, and for such a passionate advocate. So let's begin. Francoise Girard.
Good morning. I'm always unsure what to think when I'm described as enormous, but well, I'll take it in the right spirit. Thanks, Lena. Lena has done an amazing amount of work to put this day together. So I'd like to welcome you here this morning, today, all day, on behalf of the International Women's Health Coalition, but also on behalf of all our partners who have made this day possible. And I have a long list, so I'm going to actually read them all so I don't forget anyone. Of course, the Center for Global Development, which is hosting us today. We also have our colleagues from Cameroon, Central Africa, who you will hear, and that's why you need those French headphones. We have the Association pour la lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes, ALVF, Extreme North. Over here, yes, there they are. We have the Association pour la promotion et l'autonomie des droits des femmes et filles, APAD, over here. We have the American Jewish World Service, as you saw, CARE USA, Girls Not Brides USA, Human Rights Watch, the International Center for Research on Women, the Population Council, and Promondo US. So that is quite a formidable group of partners working together to put together this day and really to advance the efforts against child marriage. Now, as you know, last year, thousands of people gathered in London for the first Girls' Summit, which was organized by the UK government and UNICEF. And that first summit was to discuss the problem of child marriage and to get some initial pledges from governments and activists to do something about it. And the focus was child marriage and female genital mutilation, as they're often related and interlinked. And governments from high prevalence countries as well as from donor countries really started to make commitments to put an end to these practices. Now, later this month, as you know, many of us will gather again in Lusaka in Zambia for the second International Girls Summit, which is organized by the government of Zambia. And it's a follow-up to last year's summit, but will concentrate on child marriage on the African continent, where we see some of the highest rates of child marriage, but also some of the strongest will and the strongest activism to end the practice. Now, ahead of that summit, we thought we would do, once again, as we did last year, our very own Girls Summit, Washington, D.C. And it's important because of the role the U.S. government and U.S. actors play in fighting child marriage. So we thought we needed to have our own very special session and our own focus, because the U.S. government in particular can and should do a lot to end this practice. And I'm very pleased to see that together we've started to move from just recognizing the problem and discussing the root causes to moving towards solutions. And I hope that's what we can do here today. Because as we know, just knowing about the problem will not necessarily drive us to the solutions. You know, we can identify the need for access, availability, agency, as we heard at the breakfast, but how do we make that happen is the question we're going to discuss today. And I believe and I hope that all of you here are persuaded that the way forward is to put girls, adolescent girls, at the center of what we do. Really put the girl at the center and then figure out what the girl needs rather than think of just a single intervention as the solution. And I hope and I believe that you are here no matter which sector you're from, which persuasion you're from, no matter your expertise, that you are convinced that you can be part of the solution and can do something to improve the lives of girls more globally. So today we will hear a few things. We will hear from women on the front lines of the work, literally, our colleagues from Cameroon. They work themselves every day with girls to prevent early and forced marriages and support survivors. And several of them are actual survivors of child marriage, and you'll hear from them. We also are going to hear from research institutions and organizations that will help us understand better the context in which child early and forced marriage occur, and what are the initiatives that have been shown to really work to address the issue. You're going to hear from international organizations and groups that are putting the weight of their names and their programs behind the solutions. And also from U.S. government officials who are prioritizing adolescent girls in their work because they know this is the key issue we must address, the missing link. So I invite you, all of you, as part of this audience, to see yourself as part of the critical work that needs to be done. I hope you can ask questions throughout. And as you're listening to the panelists and engaging in the conversations, really identify what you can contribute. Think of yourselves as an actor in this initiative. So without further ado, I think, are we ready to proceed? There's a delay or not a delay?
We have a slight delay. One of our moderators is almost here and she's getting mic'd up.
Oh, she's getting mic'd up. Well, that's fantastic. She's in the green room? Okay.
It would be an event unless there was some heart attack-inducing stress.
That's right. So Lena she's barely alive. But so maybe we'll take a couple of minutes until our moderator is ready to go. But let me introduce her, and then when she's ready to come on stage, the panel can come up. So we're very, very fortunate to have a first panel on emerging research in the field. What have we learned in the past year? There's been a lot of research that's been conducted these last few years, and we're very lucky that a lot of it has been published in the last year, and we have a lot of fresh evidence to present to you. And we're also very happy that Daniela Ligiero, the Vice President of Girls and Women's Strategy at the United Nations Foundation, has agreed to be the moderator for that panel. And while I'm here, I might as well list the panelists. So we will be very pleased to hear from Nisha Varya, the Advocacy Director in the Women's Rights Division at Human Rights Watch, from Suzanne Petroni, hello Suzanne, who is Senior Director, Gender, Population and Development at the International Center for Research on Women. From CKB Lay, who is the founder for the Association for the Struggle Against Violence Against Women, Extreme North in Cameroon. And from, last but not least, Jacqueline Hart, who is Vice President for Strategic Learning, Research and Evaluation at the American Jewish World Service. So as soon as Daniela is ready, I think the panel can come up, and I will just take my seat. Thank you.
I realized that there was one or two things that I actually did forget to tell you, including that if you're going to tweet, #GirlSummitDC, when you tweet, you might want to use the Wi-Fi of CGD. It's CGD guest, 18 development is the password, 18 development. So now you can do your tweeting with the #GirlSummitDC. 18 lowercase d development. And while we wait, perhaps we can show some of the video from over lunch. I don't know if they can hear me in the back. Guess not. Oh, here we go.
Mtoto wangu wa kwanza alilazimishwa kuolewa akiwa na umri mdogo sana, alikuwa na miaka 14. Akakatisa shule akiwa na babaka, akapewa ng'ombe. Unaangalia tu akitenda kutoa mtoto wake anatoa na peana na mume. Kabisa sisi hatuna hata sauti ya kuongea juu ya wanaume.
Child marriage is deeply embedded in Tanzanian society. 2 out of 5 girls are married before they're 18, exposing them to violence and abuse and robbing them of the power to determine their lives.
My father wanted me to get married because they're going to get a wealth. They want to get a lot of cows in order to be rich. Myself, I want to study.
Child marriage is often an economic transaction in Tanzania, and families see marriage as a way of securing their future financially. Husbands and their families pay a bride price or dowry in the form of livestock or money in exchange for the girls.
Nilipokuwa tu nikimaliza darasa la 7, tayari kashachukua mahali. Anadai mimi nikaolewe. Nikamwambia sasa mzee, siwezi kuolewa, nahitaji kusoma. Akasema siwezi nikasomesha mtoto wa kike. Mimi nataka tu uolewe. Mimi nikijiangalia kabinti kadogodogo, nikimwangalia mwanaume ananizidi kama babangu nikimwangalia. Baada ya baba kunilazimisha, nilisema hivi, labda nikimfuata mamangu nitakuwa nimefanikiwa.
Because many parents can't or won't repay dowry, girls who face violence and abuse at the hands of their husbands often have nowhere to turn.
Marrying this girl means that he has paid for this girl, so she has to obey him. She has to follow what they want, and not him, but his relatives, because you are just like a property. They can just beat you right, left, center because they have paid something. How can you sell your child?
Yani yeye alipokuwa akinipiga pa vile, mimi nitafanya tu vyovyote vile mpaka nikupate na nitakuumiza kabisa. Na kuna uwezekano mimi naweza kabisa hata nikakuua ukiondoka hapa kwangu. Ukitoka kulipoti nyumbani wanasema wewe, baba anasema wewe kaa tu vumilie, ndo mambo yalivyo ya kuolewa. Wanavumiliaga. Simama wa mzee alisema mahali hairudi kwa sababu kuna mahali ambayo alikuwa ameshaanza kula.
Kwa hiyo msichana mkubwa zamani wa Kimasai aliyekeketwa ndiye anayeheshimika, kwa sababu ameshavukishwa ule umri mdogo, ameshakuwa mtu mkubwa. Kwa hiyo ndio maana anakeketwa, akishakeketwa ndiye anaolewa. Na mimi natamani labda mtoto wangu angesoma, na yule angetamani mama mtoto wake angesoma, na anatakiwa mtoto ambaye hakeketwi.
Nilikuwa na miaka 9 nilipokeketwa. Kwa hiyo hata nilivyoambiwa nilitaka kukimbia, lakini sasa kuamka hivi kitandani ndo nakamatwa na nakeketwa, maana kipindi kile nilikuwa mdogo, kwa hiyo hata sijashirikishwa.
Female genital mutilation, or FGM, is recognized as a form of violence against women and girls. In Tanzania, nearly 8 million women and girls have undergone the procedure. Whilst the practice has its roots in tradition and culture, it's also used as a way to control women's sexuality and protect the family's honor. Amongst the ethnic groups that practice it in Tanzania.
Okay, here we go. So Daniela is here, so I'm pleased to introduce her. She is the Vice President of Girls and Women's Strategy at the UN Foundation. Daniela, and may the panel please be seated.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah? We're good? First of all, I'm sorry for being late. Combination of my 3-year-old not wanting to put her clothes on and many other things that followed. So anyway, it's so good to be here. I'm thrilled to be part of this panel today and to speak with these amazing 4 women about their work. And I think the idea today was to get us started looking at evidence. And I think, that sounds like something went on there, yeah. I think it's critical for us to start the conversation today looking at evidence because it should be guiding all the work we do and all the conversations we have, I think, throughout the day. One of my favorite quotes about data and evidence, I heard this CEO say the other day, if we have data, then let's look at the data. And if all we have are opinions, then let's go with mine. So we want to avoid that and go with the data. So I'm going to start by asking each of the panelists to tell us a little bit about what is the most important piece of evidence that you would like to share with us from your work. And we have work in a variety of different regions and a variety of different areas that you think is important for us to be aware of that has kind of come to light in the last year or so. So why don't we go ahead and start with you? Yeah?
Okay. Well, it's great to see everybody here. And one of the points, Human Rights Watch has been doing work in a number of countries, including Tanzania, South Sudan, Bangladesh, Nepal. And one of those is really looking at the human rights responsibilities of governments to enact laws and to enforce them. You know, we've been getting evidence about some really effective community-level programs, but these are problems that are really, at a national scale, and they require the resources and the commitment of the government to implement them at a national scale. So, for example, we were just watching the video on Tanzania, and even though there's no official policy on expelling married girls from school, we were seeing that informally there were mandatory pregnancy tests in schools and the expulsion of married girls from school. Mm-hmm. And also looking at, there's so many aspects and drivers of child marriage, whether it's access to education, whether it's poverty, and often we see these isolated programs focused on child marriage when what we really need to see is that integrated throughout a national education program, or looking at the provision of health services and making sure adolescents are not excluded from them.
And what do you think prevents that from happening, this idea of looking at it in a more integrated fashion versus these standalone programs in your experience?
Yeah, I think often we see this on a number of issues, that coordination and information sharing is a problem. And I think this is where the donor community can also play an important role. This is not only the silos that we see in the governments implementing these programs, but often in donor programs, these programs are often siloed, and there needs to be, here in for the United States government, we really are advocating a whole of government approach, that there's coordination across all of the different programs to make sure that we see this coordination.
Excellent. Suzanne, would you like to share some thoughts with us around evidence and what you've learned in the last year?
Yeah, so coming from a research organization, we've got a lot that we do on a regular basis that contributes to this field. Child marriage has been on ICRW's radar for almost 20 years now, and it's a central component of the research that we do to try to empower and advance the rights and health of adolescent girls. So we have several projects that we were really pleased to be able to disseminate this year. Just a month ago, many of you might have seen the events at the National Press Club and on the Hill, where we launched the findings of our study of a conditional cash transfer program in the state of Haryana, India. And I'd love to talk more about the findings there, but very interesting contribution to this field in terms of cash transfers as a magic solution. They are not when you're dealing with gender norms. Simply handing over cash is not going to transform societies. So that was an important contribution that we were able to make. We have new research that hopefully will be published very soon that we did with UNICEF in West Africa that really helped to give us some insight into what's happening in that region. And I'm sure we'll hear some more in the next hour or so about that region, but a very different context in terms of child marriage, adolescent sexuality, early pregnancies in that region than in many of the regions we're used to seeing evidence on in terms of child marriage. Most of the evidence to date has come primarily from South Asia and a bit in East Africa. We are launching studies in Kenya and Zambia, which will give us a more nuanced and greater sense of the various contexts in which child marriage takes place in different areas, and again with different the sexual mores that were talked about earlier, different understanding of girls' empowerment and their rights. So those data will come out in the next year or so. And then the last piece that we're really thinking will hopefully make a contribution to the field, both in terms of the evidence base and using that evidence to inform policies and programs, is a study that we're doing with the World Bank. And this is on the economic impacts of child marriage. We are hosting an event on November 19th at the World Bank, noon to 2. If you haven't yet gotten an invitation, go to icrw.org and get more information on that. It's open to everyone. We'll give the initial findings from the first phase of our research there.
Maybe later you could share a little bit of some tidbits with us
Give you a little,
as a preview.
Little bit of a preview, sure.
But Suzanne, tell me a little bit more before we move on about this idea of different regions and maybe some of the differences that you found, because I think that's really important. So much of the research has been really concentrated in Southeast Asia, and so how do we, looking at, different parts of Africa or other kinds of regions, what are some of the differences that you've identified?
So a lot of the evidence to date around child marriage comes from communities where the parents are the key decision makers about girls being married. There's very little access by girls to social environments that aren't controlled or limited by their parents or their community members in places like rural India, Bangladesh, rural Ethiopia. And so you have commonalities in terms of what we've found in terms of the parents making the decision, the girls having very little agency, in a lot of cases girls having very little education, either being pulled out of school to get married or a high correlation between education and marriage. Also, very little sex before marriage in these communities because the girls are really more controlled and have less opportunity to engage with boys outside the household. Poverty has always been one of the things that we say is very connected to child marriage. So girls who live in rural and poor communities, there's a high correlation there in many of these communities with child marriage. What we're starting to find in some other regions is that there isn't as much of a correlation between age at first sex coming after marriage, first pregnancy coming after marriage. In places like West and Central Africa, parts of Southern Africa, there is much more openness for girls in terms of their ability to be on their own, engage in relationships, and you have more of a disconnect in terms of age at first sex, age at first birth, maybe taking place before marriage, in some cases well before marriage. Girls who are, in some cases, choosing to marry, and so it's not the parents that are necessarily driving it, it's the girls. So what does choice mean in that context is something that we're trying to understand. What are the social norms? What are the economic impacts and environment that are driving her to see marriage before the age of 18 as something that's good for her? So those are just a few tidbits there.
Interesting. Well, that's a good transition, I think, as we go over to you, maybe to hear a little bit about your experience in that particular region of the world and what have been some of the learnings that you have seen over the last few years with the work that you're doing with girls. Is it working?
Merci. Thank you very much for your question. We must begin here, I think, by understanding clearly what we mean by marriage. What I mean by marriage in speaking to you today is really illegal marriage, in which young girls go on to become concubines. We're talking about certain rape. We're talking about gender violence. And certainly everyone believes that a girl's fate is to marry as a young boy's fate is to become chief of his tribe. But a study has been carried out by our association, the Association to Combat Violence Against Women, and the University of Marois in our part of Cameroon. A study has been done on perceptions, and it has been found out that the ostensible purpose to forced child marriage is the protection of the young girl. But this is a nonsense. It's a misnomer. We're not talking about marriage of even an adolescent in many cases. How can one in any way justify pushing a child into a context of violence for her protection? What is going on, rather, is protection of the honor of the father, who thinks that his own status will be advanced in doing this. And so if we look into the root cause of this phenomenon, we see two things. First of all, the values underpinning a patriarchal system, which demands obeisance and respect for the dignity of the father, the dignity of the family, no matter what the cost. And clearly, when you send a young girl off to marry before she has even menstruated for the first time, one cannot possibly speak of protection. What one is in fact witnessing is forcing that child into sexual relations with a much older man for the most part. Normally, this leads to certainly unwanted pregnancy on her part, unwanted pregnancy, and very often risky pregnancy for obvious reasons. And so these values that underpin the patriarchal system, we believe, are very much a root cause of the problem. And clearly, in order to address the problem, we've got to work as best we can to change the mindset, to shift those values, so that one understands clearly, so that everyone understands clearly that this is no protection. One must learn to revalue, or dare I say, actually, to value young boys as well. This does not only concern girls. This is society we're talking about. But the point is that there is violence at every level. There is sexual violence and sexist violence, by definition. There's a difference. And psychological violence, which is lasting. So the great problem, I believe, here that we need to face, the great challenge, is how to shift the mindset. And here we go to the second prong of the root cause, and that is the blindness toward the rights of these young women, and they need to be recognized. Thank you so much.
I'm not going to attempt to do that in French, although I understood what you were saying. Can you tell us a little bit more about this idea of getting to the root causes and changing of those norms around marriage, around the family, around girls? What do you see in Cameroon as the best strategies to actually move forward and change some of those norms that are at the heart of why these girls are experiencing this kind of violence?
Well, I think that it's society that, in fact, is pushing these young girls into the society. And as I said before, and to answer your question, this pushes us to look at the cause as well as the consequence of child forced marriage and how we can work against it. We all recognize that it's important to offer economic empowerment to young girls. We see the World Bank working on that and in other places as well. But we've understood that structural adjustment programs, for instance, believe it or not, very often shackles the girl into these early forced marriages, contrary to what some might think. The structural adjustment programs that were all the rage in the 80s and the 90s work toward basic structures, but very often the money just wasn't there. And young girls who have been victims of this forced marriage don't have the money to go to those primary posts, don't have the money to go to the schools, which again costs money. Who can buy the uniforms? Who can buy the transportation? Who can buy the books? And so I believe that we cannot close our eyes to these two root causes, values, but certainly also the economic values that are being foisted on our countries very often, with the best intentions, perhaps, the World Bank and others who are set on a particular construct, but that doesn't necessarily, frankly, help those who are in the community, that are the populations themselves. You've got to look at the reality on the ground. I think it's also important to work with elected local officials, the local officials, grassroots, if you wish, the parliamentarians or the senators or whatever you want to call them. Certainly at the national level, we need laws on the books. That's certainly true, but it's not going to help much to have a dead letter law if the people haven't understood what it means. Thank you very much.
A lot about this idea of, you touched on this, Suzanne, beyond cash transfers. What are the structures that are permitting this to happen? And as well as when you look at legal frameworks, right? So moving beyond addressing symptoms to going to root causes and more of a comprehensive approach. Would you like to tell us a little bit about how you've been thinking about that in your work in India and in other places?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Am I on? Yes. Ah, excellent. So it's so exciting to hear about all of your work, and I'm going to touch on one aspect of the work we're doing that I think addresses some of the things you've each highlighted. I'm at American Jewish World Service. We're an international human rights organization. We are doing work on early and child marriage, focused on grant making and advocacy and research in India, as well as in the global advocacy space, especially post-SDG. We all have this enormous opportunity. So thank you to IWHC and others for creating this event. So we just recently finished an exploratory study on a key strategy that we are investing in India. So as we know, in India, there has been a law on the books prohibiting child marriage, which has been largely ineffective. And so we ask ourselves, what are the assets in civil society that we can support as a grant maker and as an advocate and a partner, given that there is an inadequate structure and political will, and that the legal structures and implementations of laws are perhaps necessary, but far the importance of working at the community level, at the grassroots level, with local leaders, with the state government that actually exists in local spaces. How do you shift norms? How do we as a donor not contribute to the further siloing of this work when we know that root causes are complicated and far exceed any one area of expertise? I was thrilled to hear you use the word patriarchy, thank you. The issues around gender norms, control of girls' sexuality, the ways that community honor and shame and family honor and shame are vested in a girl's body, and in controlling her sexuality. These are all core issues. So what did we find? We did this study with organizations that have shown to be effective community members. They're place-based organizations that are creating collectives of girls and women. So we hear a lot, and especially now with the SDG being adopted, thankfully, of how can we create scalable solutions. And there is some evidence to suggest that creating safe spaces for girls is a goal. We are hearing concepts like safe spaces, girls groups, and now the word collectives sort of coming into the discursive space about how we think about creating change around early child marriage. So we wanted to investigate this. We wanted to understand, we wanted to unpack what is happening in girls' collectives, what are the challenges and opportunities with using collectivizing as both a strategy and an outcome for addressing norm and behavior change in communities. So the first thing is that a collective is different from a collection of girls. So a collection of girls is a way, of course, to scale up because you can gather more girls together. You get more in a room, you have a collection, you have a group, and that can be done for many good purposes, for delivering services, for delivering education, such as English classes, computer literacy. But then we think about, in the study shows, the sort of continuum of what it means to truly collectivize and have a collective that's greater than the sum of its parts. So the key dimensions that I think this study points to are the kinds of criteria we need to think about as there's increasing donor and policy interest in creating these spaces for girls. One is that these organizations have to be deeply embedded in the community. They themselves are community members. Girls are not allowed, we know this, right? But girls are not allowed to access even an English class without having that organization effectively negotiate with every gatekeeper in the community. That in and of itself signifies that they have achieved something. That there is the opportunity to allow very delicate issues to emerge if a safe space is truly created. That includes things that challenge organizations' abilities to grapple with taboo subjects like sexuality. So a sign of success of a collective will be that sexuality and desire and choice are brought up by girls, and at the same time, that puts organizations and girls in a very risky position. So how do we grapple with that? How do we grapple with a success of collectives? How do we ensure that collectives and collectivizing of girls does not happen in the vacuum, in the absence of adult support? So we found in our study that collectives of women in support of girls' collectives is critical. The intergenerational support is critical to diminishing the risk that girls take when they act against the norms that constrain their lives in multiple domains. It also supports the families that are willing to take that risk. So I think we have to be cognizant of both the opportunities that this kind of organizing presents and a really important pathway forward, building on civil society strengths. And at the same time, as external people who are intervening in, even with the best of intentions, making sure that we are aware of the risks posed by achieving things in this space and best supporting girls and families and women to make the kinds of changes that we're advocating for. Mm-hmm. I'm being told to stop there, but I have more to say if you want to ask me a follow-up question.
I'm listening intently. This is fascinating. Can you say a little bit more? I was just thinking about that last piece about the risks that come with some of this and how to mitigate, because I think that's something that, for all of us that work with girls, no matter what the community and women, we're always aware of that. Of what are the unintended consequences? What are the risks? How do you think about that, monitor that, and from the very beginning, engage in dialogue so that you are protected? Can you say a little bit more about that?
Yes, I can.
Yes,
thank
excellent.
you. So yes, I wanted to put that in the context of also sort of hopefulness and what we can do to both mitigate and support the true risk of any profound social change comes with risk, right? Pushing against norms and patriarchy certainly comes with that. So we found that this intergenerational piece was critical, that both the support of adult women through women's collectives as well as supporting the intergenerational dimension of those girls who are in collectives within their own families, both natal and marital families. We found that organizations are really understanding that being able to support girls in how they understand marriage, how they can come to a critical understanding of the institution, is helps them prepare for how they can negotiate the continuum of their life. As instead of imagining that just delaying the age at marriage will be sufficient, that they will almost certainly end up being married at some point, and that their ability to negotiate that space is critical and will mitigate the risk of just empowering them to have a desire or aspiration, but the ability to negotiate safely, to act out that new life trajectory, or even within a kind of marriage that might look different and be safer for her.
Yeah, please, Suzanne, and then we'll go.
This is good. Follow-up on this.
Yeah, and just for a second, jump in as much as we want. We want this to be a conversation, so
Great,
please.
thank you. I think the point about so what if we delay marriage until 18 is a critical one. So in our evaluation of this conditional cash transfer program in India, we found that this program, and it was a very unique program in that it was one of the very early CCT programs. It didn't have conditions along the way. A bond was given to the parents of a daughter who were born 18 or 20 years ago now. That was to be cashed by the girl when she turned 18, only if she was unmarried. What we found is that the program, being enrolled in this CCT program, had no impact on whether the girls were or were not married before the age of 18. But it actually had a huge impact on girls being married as soon as they turned 18, in that the girls who were in the program, they got the cash and used it primarily for marriage-related expenses. So 43 percentage points higher rate of girls being married at the age of 18. So what did the program actually achieve in terms of the value of the girl and empowering her to be a more empowered individual? So one thing that we'd love to follow up on is just this question. 5 years from now, were the girls who were in this program any different in terms of their communication with their husbands, their own sense of aspirations and engagement in society than girls who didn't get that program? So just wanted to make that point.
Well, that's a really good example, I think, of that idea of unintended consequences, right? You're coming in and developing a program for one purpose, and if you're not monitoring what happens afterwards, you're missing the point,
if you just think that there's a quick and easy solution, let's give her cash and it will fix it, without, again, challenging these deeply entrenched norms in the communities that say a girl's value is measured only by her being a wife and a mother. Unless something else is implemented to shift that, then sure, girls in Haryana, India may be marrying later, but what difference does that make for them?
Yeah. Madame Bill, you wanted to come in?
Je voudrais intervenir.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to speak, as others have done, to speak of that space, of that safe space for girls, and also that intergenerational adult support. We are all here from the extreme north of Cameroon, and believe me, Boko Haram and other evils abound. And we have seen many efforts of a humanitarian nature that are very well intended, but so long as we continue shackled by this tradition of child forced early marriage, any humanitarian aid will be short-sighted and perhaps short-lived, because this is a tremendous dredge on our development. Whatever efforts internationally are made to assist us. Secondly, on the question of that space, of that platform that we can carve out for young women, we are well aware of how critical it is to be able to bring the victims of child enforced marriage to become themselves the leaders against that violence. And that's tremendously empowering, to take a victim and to show her that she can speak up. And not only that, not only speak for herself, but help others, train others. Pass the message on that they too can emerge and set up a network of their own so that they can speak out, so that they can be witnesses. This isn't a question of suffering in silence. It's entirely the contrary. And so we wish to avoid, and as you rightly said, how important it is to go for the community associations. I could not agree more. But what kind of communities? Well, as you suggested, it's the communities of the girls themselves. And in the second panel, you will be hearing a couple of the young girls that we have been able to train, and it's been a privilege to do so. And you're going to see, look at them now. We're talking about empowered and powerful women who have come out of this. Why? Because they first were supported themselves, because there was an adult that came forward and said, you know what, you don't have to suffer this. And autonomy isn't just economic autonomy, it's also a respect for rights. To have that, you have to know what those rights are. It's all part of the same.
This idea of, you mentioned legal frameworks and working on that. A few of you mentioned SDGs. You know, we're coming from this moment when we just adopted the SDGs. It's very exciting that we have some of the issues we really care about in there. Maybe not all of them. Thanks a lot to the work of many people in this room who made it possible. But all of a sudden here we have a framework for the next 15 years that is trying to address some of the issues that we're talking about here. And as we think about evidence, and then how do you then implement some of what's in there? I wonder if you could speak a little bit about how your research, and maybe you could say a little bit more about some of the details around that, can help inform the next steps for actually implementing some of this. Where do you start? What are those key interventions that are evidence-based that countries should be thinking about as they're looking at this next horizon for the next 15 years? Is that, yeah? So I'm not going to call on you. I'm just going to let you jump in as you see.
So
Yeah.
I can comment on this. So I think folks who've worked on the issue of child marriage are probably familiar with this Solutions to End Child Marriage paper, and then a brief that ICRW worked on. So this was the result of a study where we looked through the evidence in 2011, and there's been much more evidence, as we've heard today, just in the past year, no less in the past 5 years, on what has worked to end child marriage. And there are 5 key themes. And again, it's important to keep in mind most of this evidence is generated from just a couple of those regions of the world. So there's a huge need for more research and evidence. I know, surprising coming from someone who works at a research organization, right? But in terms of implementing the SDGs and really understanding and being able to replicate and scale up what works, we do need more evidence. So many of you who are implementing programs out there, please incorporate a strong evaluation into those programs and get the word out so that we can all learn from those programs. In short, one of the things that we know works is focusing on girls themselves, empowering girls with skills, information, and support networks so that they feel empowered, they feel that they have engagement with communities, they have a network of supporters out there, and they have opportunities that they may not have realized before, and ideally the skills with which to take advantage of those opportunities. The gender norms piece is critical, so engaging with parents and community members and faith leaders and others so that they can help support this enabling environment for girls to be able to act on the opportunities that they now see for themselves. Huge correlation between girls' education and child marriage and so many other outcomes. Mm-hmm. So supporting not only access to education, but quality education is critical. You know, we see increasing educational enrollment, but we mentioned the India law against child marriage has been in place for 95 years. And India has 47% child marriage prevalence rate, 10 times more child brides than many other countries that we know have high rates of child marriage. So making sure that those laws are implemented is absolutely critical.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, I would just really echo all of those points. Like often there's such a focus on access to education, but looking at the quality of the education and also the ways that there has been a shying away from what might be more sensitive or controversial, such as comprehensive sexuality education in schools, that really addressing this issue of girls' sexuality, getting information to them, making sure that they have control over their lives and decisions is really key. In terms of monitoring and accountability, in so many of these countries, it's not just India, it's many of these countries, there are laws, prohibiting child marriage under 18. But what is happening to the local government official who helps to forge a birth certificate or who looks the other way for a marriage certificate, signing a marriage certificate? And so, is this a part of the mandate and training of the police that this is, part of their responsibility to uphold and enforce these laws? And I think the other, opportunity that the Sustainable Development Goals gives us is this idea of all of these issues are really interconnected. One of our interesting findings from a report earlier this year in Bangladesh was looking at the role of natural disasters and climate change and how that interplays with some of the factors driving child marriage. So we know that poverty, the inability to afford school supplies, the worries about paying dowry, about another mouth to feed are some of the factors parents use to say why they marry a daughter off. And what we found is that when there's a natural disaster, many of them, it pushes them deeper into poverty. Or now what we also saw is anticipating natural disasters. So in many places, there is continual river erosion. And, some families would say, it's going to be a matter of a year before we lose our land or our house. And so we need to be able to marry our daughter off before that happens. And so I think, this framework and over the next 15 years is a chance to really make sure that those linkages are made.
Excellent. Okay. Would you like to share a little, Madame?
Oui, je pense que.
Yes, thanks again. Coming to the SDGs, I think we should jump on this bandwagon. I don't mean to minimize it, on the contrary, it's an excellent platform to build even more firmly our own message against child and forced marriage. And what has been launched at the UN in 2015 and what we have done at our level is to build in the extreme north of Cameroon, because that's the region of Cameroon that I come from, within the context of the association that I represent here, the Association to Combat Violence Against Women, the ALVF, we have launched a network in our northernmost region to aim for a coalition at the national level to denounce and to work against sexist and sexual violence. And our main aim, absolute sharp focus, is to make the message understood. And we want to aim not only for a better understanding at the grassroots level, but to end up with a law. Because if people don't recognize that it's a change in the very law that we're looking for, or the establishment, the drafting of a more effective law, people won't be mobilized. They have to feel that there's a chance to really change. We want the grassroots, we want a people's coalition, which may take 5 years, who cares? But we want to be heard, and we are going to keep at it in front of the government. By the way, in 2018, we're going to have legislative elections and then presidential elections. And as often happens, you can imagine, people are going to be on the hustings. People are going to do, oh, well, vote for me. I do this, I do that. Well, we want it to be clearly understood that we're not about to vote for anybody that hasn't understood what the problem is as far as we see it, and has not integrated into his or her electoral campaign. We are all painfully aware that these are deeply rooted values. This is a given. But there is hope, as has been mentioned here. And it is the girls you see here that are going to be best able to mobilize the religious and the economic powers. Don't be mistaken. It is the traditional and religious authorities that are really the powers in the community. You see the parents, the parents decide this or that. You have to understand that behind the parents, you have traditional authority. In Africa, when a couple has trouble, they turn to the traditional authorities. The state, the national authorities are a construct that is more recent and that is up there, out there somewhere. You turn to your traditional authorities, and that's where it's got to change. At that point, things will happen.
Jump in and add a little bit? Yeah? Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. So, jumping off on this idea that age-at marriage and a law on age-at marriage is necessary but not sufficient. I think we need to, post the SDG being adopted on early child marriage, need to be really aware of what measures we put forward to invest towards. So we know that we do what we measure. We invest in what we say we're going to measure as donors and policymakers and global institutions, national governments. So while the global indicator as yet to be adopted will likely be, age at marriage, we also know that that doesn't tell us anything about how we create change or how best to invest in change. And so we're engaging in a participatory indicator development project with our grantees in India as a contribution into the field, and am looking for input and reflection from all of you for how they can be useful. And essentially, what are the categories of change that can help direct resources to the right places? So if we think about collectivizing as a really important space for norm change, not just behavior change, but norm change as well. If we think about civil society organizations and the strengths they need to have in order to negotiate between local leaders and government and families and individual girls' lives, how can we strengthen the key institutions that are playing a role? How can we make sure we're measuring the right thing and therefore investing in the right thing? And I think it'd be really interesting as a challenge to all of us to think about a sort of index that we find meaningful and that can guide sort of a collective impact and conversation at the field level. And see what that might mean at the national and subnational level for different sectors.
Excellent. So I think what I'm going to do now, I think we have till 11, right? I just want to make sure we're good. All right. I want to make sure we have an opportunity to ask questions from the audience. And so before we do that, I wanted to just do one more round with you around, this has been such a rich conversation, and there's so many pieces that we need to think about. often this transition between research and evidence to actually policy making and implementation, there's this process, and sometimes information gets lost throughout there. And today we have in the audience a lot of people from government, donor organizations, other kinds of organizations. I'm wondering if from your perspective and what you've learned really in the last year with the research that you've been doing and the work you've been doing, what would be one of the most important things you want to make sure people left with in terms of what does that mean for policy and implementation? What would be that one piece of kind of advice you'd want to give people who are making those decisions and who might be in the room here today? I know that's a tough one.
I've got some thoughts on that. So I guess the top line message is that integrating gender, and if we're looking particularly at child marriage, integrating child marriage across your work is achievable. We've talked about the silos into which donors fund and governments fund. And there are some bureaucratic restrictions that prohibit us from breaking down some of those silos, but we can get past that. And I want to give a couple of examples. The UK government at the Girls Summit in London last year committed a significant amount of money to ending early forced and child marriage. And very proud to say that just this week they announced that ODI with ICRW as a core partner has won the 9-year Global Girls Research Initiative that they are funding this change through. What's great about that, aside from the fact that ICRW gets to contribute to this significant shift, is that it's not the Global Girls Early Marriage Initiative or the Global Girls Family Planning Initiative or HIV. It is the Global Girls Research Initiative. And what they're aiming to do is help generate a global understanding of what works to improve the lives and well-being of adolescent girls. So it is a comprehensive approach, and we are very much going to hold the government of the UK to account in terms of seeing girls as holistic human beings who live in an environment that affects their lives. So that is one way in which one donor has approached this issue. Another one that we've seen in the past year is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation issuing a grand challenge around gender and adolescent girls and women. The significant amount of funds that foundation has given for family planning, for HIV, for sector-specific work is huge, but without integrating across these issues and without incorporating gender considerations, it's not going to have the sustainable impact that it should. So they've just, they've been in the process of making announcements and awards, and hopefully within a month or two, we'll see the list of awards that they're making. But the fact that they recognize that gender is cross-cutting, they've just hired a director of gender equality at the foundation to integrate gender across their work. This is huge. So for the folks from USAID who are either in the room or coming later, keep at it. There is a way to do this. I know that next week they will be launching a guide on how to integrate child early and forced marriage across the work of that agency that ICRW worked with them on. And that's, it's a good resource and a good example, I think, of how you can look at democracy and governance, economic empowerment, agriculture and food security programs, and integrate some of these critical issues that we're talking about today.
Wonderful. Excellent. Thanks, Suzanne.
I'll jump in.
Jacqueline, yeah, please.
I think that it's really exciting the way in which the field has moved towards talking about root causes, gender inequality, patriarchy, the importance of sexuality, because I think it means that we are then grappling with the most difficult entrenched issues, and they are visible now and articulated. And I think that's happened fairly rapidly in the last couple of years, and that's remarkable. So very excited about that, and it feels like a huge opportunity. And I think that the idea of us being able to come together for thinking about the collective impact of what all of our investments can mean for girls' lives across this sort of multi-sectoral approach will mean that it's not a redundant use of resources and that we're not at cross purposes, but that we can actually effectively be addressing root causes and not just focusing on a behavior change. So I think it's an exciting moment.
Great.
I would add that the point I was making about silos and coordination, I think, is one of the strongest messages that I would give. But to also say that what I often see is, the messages coming from the local groups on the ground, from the research institutions. We have this very comprehensive analysis, and then as it moves through the policy-making processes, we see it get sanitized and simplified, and some key components get left out. And the one that I'd really like to highlight is sexual and reproductive rights. This is what often gets to be a toxic debate in a lot of the international fora. And so what my main message would be is that those are really important to fight for, to make a priority, to see as an essential element of successful strategies.
Wonderful. Yeah, absolutely. Madame, s'il vous plaît.
Oui. Vous savez,
in our countries, we ratify all of the different international conventions. But when you look what happens on the ground, nothing really happens because the government doesn't respect these conventions. Because if for example, one says that the instruments of the international conventions are more important. On the national level, they say, no. We do have first tests on the ground before we apply into law these different suggestions. But what is very important is that we look at what is happening on the budget level, on the national budget level, because no consideration is given to the violence to women. And then, you have genital mutilation and all of that, but there will never be an eradication. It is civil society which needs to analyze, which needs to have access to this budget to be able to analyze it. If you take, for example, the region of the extreme north, you have to make sure that what is decided on a national level is also going to be applied on the ground. I work more than 20 years in this field, and also with respect to the genital mutilations. The state doesn't do anything on a regional level. First, the states need to take their responsibility on the local level.
It gives me hope. We have come such a long way as a community just in the last few years, and it feels like such an exciting moment to kind of push forward for the next 15 years. Very exciting stuff. All right, why don't we open it up to a few questions? Why don't we take 2 or 3 questions at a time? And please just tell us your name, the organization you work for, and if you want to direct the question to someone in particular. Okay, let's start. We have one over there, and then over here. And please try to be brief so that we can get a few questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Insha, and I've just moved from Pakistan, and I'm an independent consultant at this point. So my question is to actually all the panelists. Have you detected were you able to identify fundamentalisms, and I use this in the plural, and the radical element in societies as an impediment, or as a reason for shirking people who would be otherwise willing to change, but then kind of shying away because of the fear that's being instilled by these radical elements in our society? Thank you.
We have one there, and then over here.
Hi, thanks so much for your time. My name is Caitlin Thistle. I work at USAID. Thank you for your comments about stovepiping. We work hard to try to work holistically. I was very happy to hear that the quality of education was brought up, and this was actually something we were talking about in the office recently. I think that the evidence is mixed, and I'd like you to talk a little bit more about the evidence. I think sometimes, in our Age of Marriage project led by the Population Council, we found that providing educational supplies to girls in Ethiopia worked to prevent child marriage. It didn't work in Tabora, Tanzania, and we did hypothesize that it was because of the quality of education in Tabora that it didn't work. But in other studies, we see that just keeping girls in school works to prevent new HIV infections, and works in family planning. So I think the evidence is mixed on whether quality of education matters or whether we just need to keep girls in school. So if you could talk a little bit more about that.
Great. Let's take one more and then we'll do some answers, yeah?
Thanks for being here today. My name is Anna James, and I'm a second-year student in the Global Human Development Program at Georgetown. And my question is, we all know that adolescent girls are not a homogeneous group and that intersecting identities such as race and caste and ethnicity affect their inclusion in multi-sectoral programs. So I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on that, and if you know of any interesting research that's been looking at the effect of those intersecting identities.
Great. So I think everyone can answer. Yeah, please.
Okay, I'll jump in. I'm actually going to respond to that last question as relates to the fundamentalisms question. So that has been a huge issue that's come up both in our research in India as well as in the conversations we're having with our grantee partners about how best to support them, both the place-based community grassroots organizations as well as the national organizations who are linked to social movements and to the grassroots. So this issue of, as you may know, the situation in India at the moment, and a shrinking civil society space as is happening, unfortunately, in a lot of places, and fundamentalisms are certainly a part of that, which of course play on this idea of who is a pure Hindu and who is excluded. What does that mean for very strict boundaries around who you're allowed to desire, who you're allowed to marry, and the very severe risk and repercussion for violating that boundary. So intercaste marriage, the whole issue of choice and how terrifying that is for communities is also because of the fundamentalisms that are increasingly gaining ground, and how intercaste, for example, marriage, so violates that. So marriage functions as an institution that sort of creates and supports our boundaries of what purity is and what identity and community is. And of course, when it violates those boundaries as we see them, it's increasingly dangerous. Related to that is that even doing the action research that we are engaging with and supporting is seen as being quite risky to the fundamentalisms that are arising. And so the way in which we're trying to create knowledge that is actionable and usable by the organizations that we work with in India is increasingly something that is fraught, and that organizations need to be careful about engaging in order to be effective. Sorry, can I just say one thing about the quality of education? Which is one of the interesting thing about the indicator research we're doing around the outcome of education is that it's often the first thing that girls attempt to negotiate over. So access to education is being suggested by the research we're doing is an indication in and of itself of the fact that a girl has been successful and that a collective has been successful in shifting negotiation and access to an institution.
Just to add on to the quality of education point, I mean, when we were doing interviews with families, even if a family wanted to ostensibly send their daughter to school, they said, if the teacher doesn't show up half the time and she's having to walk, an hour each way, then it really didn't feel worth it to them. So that the issue of access and quality are just inseparable. I'll also just address the issue of fundamentalisms. We've done work, interviewing Yazidi girls who have been forced into marriage and into sexual slavery, also with schoolgirls in Nigeria. And, it's having a devastating impact on these issues, and, the insecurity as something where, girls and their families are afraid to go to school. The point that I would highlight is then we also have to look at what the response is. And there's, among donor governments, among, just geopolitics, countering violent extremism is something that has a lot of cachet, it has a lot of funding going towards it, and it has zero gender analysis. And so I think that's where we should be focusing some of our efforts to make sure that we are incorporating that and looking at issues, including child marriage.
Thank you. On this point on education, thanks, Caitlin, for asking about it. Huge high correlation between girls' education and child marriage prevention. We know that. And access to education, keeping girls in school is absolutely critical. First and foremost, we should keep girls in school. There's something about keeping girls in school that is very protective, and we're not exactly sure which direction the correlation goes, but there's something about a schoolgirl still being seen as a child and not as someone who's marriageable that is protective. There's something about the peer networks that is empowering girls to feel like they have a network out there that they can turn to if they have challenges. So absolutely critical. At the same time, if girls are going to school and don't feel like school is giving them anything, or if the parents don't see any return on their investment for keeping their girl in school, that is, if there is a lack of education that is practical and gives her skills to be able to then engage in the paid labor force, for example. If there aren't opportunities out there for her to be inspired by being in school, to know that she has other opportunities outside of marriage and childhood, it becomes very hard for her and for her family to keep her in school in resource-poor settings. We did a study this year in northern Uganda where we were trying to really parse out what is the directionality of girls' school dropout as linked with child marriage and early pregnancy and childbirth. And what we found is actually girls are dropping out not necessarily to get married, they're dropping out because their household needs them to do chores at home, and the household has decided that their value is better spent at home than in school, where they may or may not be learning anything that is practically useful for them moving ahead. So again, without addressing the critical gender norms in the community that says a girl's role is to take care of the home in her natal home, and then when she gets married, in her marital home, without really linking that, there isn't the value to education that we've seen. And if I can make one more point in terms of the access to secondary school in particular. So the study that we did on the CCT program in Haryana found that girls who were in the program were somewhat more likely to stay in school through 8th grade than girls who weren't in the program. But then that difference went away when you looked at secondary school. And when we talked with the communities, the girls and their families and community leaders, one of the huge challenges that we found in terms of girls going to secondary school is that primary schools are mainly located in the villages where the girls' families are. So them being able to go to school is seen as protected by the environment that they're in. Their community knows where they are, they know they're going to school. Secondary schools often require the girls to get on a bus, to transit through communities and encounter men and boys who are strangers, and it puts them at actual and perceived risk of sexual violence or sexual transgression, is the term that the parents used. And as long as there is this fear and actual existence of sexual violence for girls, yes, we can overcome the financial barrier that may be put up in terms of their getting on the bus and going to school, but we're not going to be able to address those perceptions and the actual received violence and threats and harassment that they face.
Would you like to add something, Madame?
Oui.
Yes. Our association helps in primary schools because there you motivate the girl, and we need to work together with the education ministerium. We need to get a child to stay in school at first elementary school. It is very easy to ask the child what she wants to do. Of course, the girl wants to study, like I myself. I was able to do advanced studies, but this was also the dream of my parents. My mother helped me. I was able to go to school, and well, I was forced to marry, but I was at the same time stimulated to be able to do my own choice. But it was only because I had the means to do this choice. I was financially independent, and that is very important, extremely important, because then you can choose whatever you want to do. It's your life, wherever you are. But then there is the other extreme, the other side. The children we have and the young girls we have here among us, these are just the exceptions. These women are the models for their community, for the other girls, because they were able to study. They were able to get a diploma. Well, they did not only do primary school, but they were able to go to secondary school. So all I can say is that education is extremely important. Also, to understand their own body, to be able to become independent.
Wrap up in a few minutes. I'm not sure we're going to be able to take a few more questions, but I think I wanted to say a few words. You know, as I was listening to the panel and trying to think about how to wrap this up, I was remembering Albert Einstein once said that the best definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And I think what I'm hearing is, you know, this is a moment for us when we're thinking about adolescent girls, the SDGs. We need to stop thinking about symptoms. We need to stop thinking about silos and really think about the girl and all of her needs. Think about values, how she is valued within the community, the norms around that, how to have those conversations that think about her in an integrated way. So we're not just, and I think the SDGs are going to be critical for this. Because believe me, when we had 8 MDGs, we tried some of these silos, and that didn't work. I mean, we did a lot of good things, but with 17, we can't do that. Yeah. And I think the challenge for us is going to be to identify what are some of those key interventions that will unlock the greatest amount of change and potential across goals. And just with the conversation we've had, I mean, if you think about empowering adolescent girls and the kinds of interventions you've been talking about, I mean, that has consequences for Goal 5 and violence and early and forced marriage, but it also has consequences for health under 3 and sexual reproductive health, and education under Goal 4, and poverty under Goal 1, and rule of law. And so really thinking about taking that step back and moving away from the silo of the particular goals and saying, what are the interventions we need to be pushing? And how do we communicate that with policymakers who are now, I think, looking at this agenda and looking at it and say, okay, what do we do next? I mean, this is the moment when everyone is excited that we were able to do this and thinking about what are the next steps, taking it to the communities, like you were saying, Madame Mille, and really engaging them, and what are the solutions to make this a reality? And I think we heard from all of our panelists today how focusing on girls, empowering them, bringing in the communities, and really changing norms and values around them can make such a big difference, right, for our future. So thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to the organizers for bringing us together here in DC to have these really exciting conversations, and I look forward to the rest of the day. Yeah.
So we're going to take a very short break while we get the panel reset. And I have some really good news for everyone who is looking forward to a cookie in their lunch. Girls Summit DC is trending here in the city. Good job. Please keep up the tweeting so that we can get all of the messages out about what research we have and what works for our second panel.
Yes. Is it? Everyone's saying, I'm like, oh God, okay. Yeah, no problem. We got it. Share. Yeah, or we can take the mics back there. You want to? Give me a second. I'm gonna get rid of this chair. Okay. This is a 4-person panel, right? Let me do this. I'll just slide it back here. Okay. Me too. Is that an unopened water? Yeah, we'll reuse that. Okay.
Okay, I'm actually going to ask everyone to please come back, take your seats. So we're going to be starting again in just 1 minute. And while everyone shuffles back in, I'll just say thank you one more time to our fantastic research panel. I think one of the most important things that we need to remember is that all of that research has come out in the last year, which means that if we invest in research, imagine the things that we could learn moving forward. So now we're shifting gears a little bit, and we're going to talk very specifically about solutions, and we have another exceptional panel here to do that. It's equally impressive. You're going to hear from Danejo, president of the Association for the Promotion of Autonomy and the Rights of Young Women and Girls, which is an NGO operating in the extreme north of Cameroon. Sorry for having to read that. Their acronym in French is a lot easier, APOD. We also have Dr. Sajeda Amin, who is with the Population Council and will tell us about some extraordinary work that they've been able to do. And finally, we have Giovanna Lauro, who's also a doctor, and she's Deputy Director of International Programs at Promundo. Our moderator today is going to be the wonderful Doris Bartel, who is Senior Director for Gender and Empowerment Unit at CARE USA. She has over 25 years of experience in this field. You can read more about it in the program, so I won't bore you. But I will say that I think it's difficult to come across someone who cares more deeply about these issues and enjoys conversations exactly like this one more than Doris does. So this is going to be a fantastic panel, and I will turn it over to Doris.
Thank you so much, and welcome everybody. We have such a wonderful opportunity today to hear from a wide variety of really experts who are working at the field level across a number of different global contexts. So I think this panel, for this panel, we want to really focus on solutions and what works to drive the change that we want to see. So I've had a little bit of time to talk with some of the panelists ahead of time, and I'm really excited about the opportunity to share some of the exciting examples and some of the experiences from their programs that are represented here. So Danejo, I'll start with you. Your own story is really interesting. I understand that you said no to a child marriage that was prepared for you, which is incredibly brave. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about your story?
Bonjour. Hello, good morning, everyone. Let me begin by saying how pleased I am to be with you today, to be a spokeswoman for the victims of child early and forced marriage in the extreme north of Cameroon, my own region. I was 15 when I was pushed into child early and forced marriage. I was therefore a victim, and I was able to escape thanks to the help of a social worker who worked in the context of the Association to Combat Violence Against Women, ALVF, which is represented here by Madame Sika, who spoke to you in the first panel. I was the first to say no, to dare say no, to child early and forced marriage, and there are great risks that go with daring to say no. In my own immediate environment, this was unheard of. And as a young girl at the time, I certainly couldn't engage my father in any argument to say all the reasons why I thought this marriage was unfair and impossible. Really, what was expected of me was to buckle under and do what I was told and simply follow the instructions I was given. Today, I'm a militant and believe with all my heart in the rights of young girls to say no to child early and forced marriage. It was in 2001 that my association was set up, and it says what it is. It's the Association for Empowerment and Autonomy of Young Women. The idea is to understand more clearly the root causes and the consequences of child enforced marriage. We work directly with the young girls who are victims of this violence, who don't have to be told what it is because they're living the consequences. And so we set up various different workshops. We have talks. We get together in groups to show young girls, first of all, who they are. What are their bodies like? We talk about menstruation. We talk about contraceptives. We talk about everything that matters for a young girl to better understand literally who she is physically, so that when she goes to a primary health care center, she has a better understanding of what's going on, and indeed so that she knows when she must go and seek professional help. It's the parents who speak for us, and obviously, as I said earlier, what was expected of us, what indeed is still expected of us, is for us to simply obey. So I am very proud and very touched to be able to share with you not only my own story, but the story of so many others in the north of Cameroon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You talked about feeling like you're a militant in taking up this cause for yourself and for others. You're really a leader and a model for others in the community. What are the how do you work with other girls who are leading the cause and modeling a different kind of behavior in your programs?
Well, the work that we carry out with these young girls begins with consciousness raising. That's where it begins. We want the young girls to be consciously, mindfully aware of the issue, that she should herself understand not only the root causes of the phenomenon, but the consequences of it, so that she, fully convinced, can denounce it. That means that she must also be aware of her rights, and we do speak of the rights of young girls. We are fully committed to explaining what these rights are, so that each young girl can stand up for herself and say, hey, I have a right to say no. I certainly didn't know it. I didn't have a clue. And so what could possibly motivate me to say no? Nothing, actually, except my own indignation. And so that is, we find, key to have in these small groups an understanding of what the girl's rights are and how those rights can undergird her autonomy and her absolute freedom to move forward towards empowerment. Now, on that point, we, of course, are also very practical. We don't just deal in theories. if the girl hasn't ever been to school or was yanked out of school, what can she do? Go look for a job in an office? Hardly. So you have to start with what you've got. I teach sewing, and maybe other talents, other skills can be developed, because inevitably when young girls are farmed out into these so-called marriages, they end up very shortly thereafter with a couple of kids. Well, who's going to take care of the kids? Certainly isn't going to be the father that sent her there. You may be sure of that. So what does she do? Very often she's thrown out because she's a problem. We farmed her out to begin with, and look at this, she's now back, and she's back with additional children. So very often, when she leaves that forced marriage, she ends up expelled from her own family. So it becomes essential that there be economic empowerment as well as a consciousness raising, and in learning to sew or any other practical skills that she can learn, she is at least psychologically empowered. She understands that she's not completely traumatized, and if she is, at least she has the means to begin healing and to have a sense of how she, on her own 2 feet, can help herself and her children. We have different workshops, sewing, embroidery, knitting. By the way, we brought a couple of samples to show you so that you can see. And we showed this at the International Women's Coalition, Health Coalition, but I'm sorry to say we don't have them with us this very morning, but we did bring them from Africa. Of course, there is literacy as well, because you have to understand that generally young girls at best complete primary school. Many don't even get that far. And so if she is pulled out of school anyhow, she's deprived of any further language training, any education in general. Certainly French becomes an illusion. And so to all intents and purposes, these young girls are further handicapped by being effectively illiterate as a citizen. We show them what a marriage, what a birth certificate is, what a marriage certificate should be, so that she's able to make a distinction between the two. It's very basic. We teach them to write their names. Very often they can't write their own names. And we assist them. If they don't have French, we try to provide somebody to assist in learning that. Very often our husbands are much older than we are, and so he may show up with a certificate written in French, but if you don't know how to read, never mind write, you don't know what's written on that piece of paper. So we work very hard to attend to each one of these different aspects. It isn't just sewing or knitting, as important as that is. I am also an example. I have become, without having sought it, some kind of an authority on marriage in my neighborhood, believe it or not. And even the traditional authorities seek me out. Who knew? But here I am.
You really wisely talked about the kind of futures that girls might imagine for themselves that might be alternatives to the kind of life that you have as a married woman. And Sajida, I want to turn to you next. From your research in Bangladesh, I know you've been working on creating alternative pathways for girls beyond or outside of the expected social and gender norms from that context. Do you want to say a little bit about what works to create those pathways for girls?
Sure, and that's a very good segue because so very briefly, in Bangladesh, we're building on 20 years of Population Council research and very rigorously evaluated research to implement a study in which we're trying alternative pathways of developing girls' skills. Our big objective is to address the fact that girls are seen as liabilities, and that is a fundamental underlying driver of child marriage, and to try and turn them into assets. By giving them assets, by giving them inalienable assets, which are their skills. we're doing this in an RCT, a randomized controlled trial, and I'm happy to report that we're seeing some wonderful results. So the alternative pathways to skills development that we're trying are, one is a livelihood support, the one that Doris just mentioned. The other is educational support, actually helping girls by tutoring them in these centers to help them achieve higher levels of completion rates, etc. And the other is a specific program to promote mentoring and gender rights. What our strategy has been, and I think I'm not sure this has been said in bits and pieces all morning today, but our strategy has been towards this goal of building assets, building girls as assets and not as liable, and downplaying or most of our focus and our energies and our resources go to the girls, not to the community, not to the police force, not to the legal enforcers. And I think that's a really important dimension, and unfortunately, it's an important dimension because the bulk of the effort of the child marriage movement in Bangladesh has gone towards articulating and re-articulating and renegotiating the terms of the legal context. And it's been a completely expensive and completely futile exercise up until now. We, like India, have had child marriage laws since 1929. And people have gone about this endlessly. So that's a disaster that we have to work with. And one of the main things that we've worked against in the communities is the fact that the communities themselves, the girls themselves, see the task of child marriage as one of saving individual girls from a marriage that are child marriages. And we see the limitations of it. What we're trying to do is trusting marriages, is say, we're not here to limit your opportunities. Whatever you see as your circumstance, as the conditions that you're trying to respond to, we say this to the parents, we're trying to expand your world. We are trying to expand your opportunities by privileging the girls, by protecting them so that you don't see them as security risks. And it seems to be working.
Awesome. Well, it's exciting. Can't wait to hear more.
Well, in January.
Girl Summit Part 2. Giovanna, I want to turn to you next. Your work in Brazil has also shown that girls sometimes lack economic opportunities or life skill opportunities beyond marriage. But in that context, the face of child marriage looks quite different perhaps than in South Asia, where in Latin America, as I understand from your research, many of the girls are actually choosing to be in unions, so they're consensual unions, but not necessarily formalized by a marriage contract. Do you want to say a little bit more about your work there and how you work in that context?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. And thank you very much, IWHC, for this opportunity, and Lina for the wonderful work gathering all here together. Exactly. And on this note, I think, along with talking a little bit about Brazil and the specific context, I think I will bring in the perspective that has been mentioned in the previous panel. There is a lot talking about patriarchy and the elephant in the room. What are the men doing in this picture, the men and boys? And so kind of problematizing our approach to the issue. In terms of Brazil, as you were mentioning, the practice seems to be slightly different from the stereotype image that we have of child marriage, because girls do have some level of agency in terms of choosing to get married. This is confirmed also not just by our research in Brazil that we conducted last year with support from the Ford Foundation, but also by other studies in Central and Latin America, including the Population Council. So there is this kind of nuanced agency that needs to be better understood when designing programmatic interventions to address the needs of married girls or girls at risk of marriage. This is typical in Latin America, but actually we see it also, for instance, in different forms in Sub-Saharan Africa. So it's a conversation that is also relevant for other settings. And we need to problematize the definition of consensual when we talk about this, because even though girls are indeed in Brazil, at least that's what the research is telling us, they are choosing to get married. They perceive at the time of the marriage that is their best option. And again, I'm using the term marriage, but we're talking about very often consensual unions in the form of cohabitation, so they're not formal marriages, but they have the same consequences. So even though they're choosing that, in practice, they're still experiencing a lot of the limitations in their freedom that we see in other contexts. And in particular, the first one that I would like to stress here, which is very relevant for programmatic purposes, is the limitation on their mobility and their ability to have meaningful networks outside of the household. The married girls we interviewed in Brazil repeated over and over how in their lives, in their early adolescence, they had two choices. Either stay as children in their household with very limited mobility in the community, because also very often in the community there was high unsafety, high urban violence. Or the other choice was to get married. And they were sharing an idealized version of marriage as a place where to find freedom, which was obviously not confirmed by their experiences afterwards. But so they had this dichotomous choice in front of them. And so in terms of programmatic recommendation, the very first one is working to provide meaningful spaces for socialization, for girls to gather and think critically about their identity as women outside of the home. In particular, given in Brazil, but also in Latin America, given the strong association between age of marriage and age of first pregnancy, in this case, it's also important to keep in mind the need to provide these girls with the skills and the knowledge to negotiate safe and protected sex. So because of that, definitely another key recommendation for the region is to invest in comprehensive sexuality education for girls, for sure, but also for boys, because contraception should be a shared responsibility. The third recommendation that I would like to stress here concerns girls' aspirations. We were talking earlier on about the issue of education, how important it can be to prevent child marriage, to keep girls in schools, but also how sometimes it's not enough. In Brazil, girls have access to school, but in the interviews that we conducted with married girls, it was very clear how education was not really seen as a valuable alternative to getting married because of the quality of education. So that's the issue, and also because of the stigma that very often girls faced in school once they got pregnant, whether or not they were married. So because of that, definitely, it is important to figure out incentives for girls to stay in school, not only before marriage and or pregnancy, but also during and after. And have and make sure that school is linked to meaningful employment opportunities, because again, child marriage in these settings is very much linked to financial security. It's the best way for a girl to secure a financially relatively safe financial future. So another element to keep in mind, investing in these structural changes from an educational and employment sector perspective. The last recommendation here that I wanted to stress is for Brazil, but honestly it's for all the settings where child marriage is taking place, is the issue that we have seen and we have heard already of parental control over girl sexuality. That comes out very strongly even from the research in Latin America, and this obsession with girl's virginity as the only value attributed to the girl. So how do we move beyond that, and how do we change notions of womanhood and what it means to be a woman, but also what it means to be a man, and why virginity is the only defining trait. So because of that, it's also working with parents, for instance, as somebody in the previous panel was mentioning about the intergenerational aspect. We need to work with girls, but we also need to reinforce the messages with their own parents, both the mothers and the fathers.
Great, thank you. I observed that, as you're talking about the kinds of programming that you'd recommend, and Sajida and Danijo as well, I'm curious about your impressions about how to modify or tweak or change the interventions for children or early adolescents versus older adolescents who might be considered youth. I think this is we call it child marriage, we call it early marriage, and some of those terms can be sliding across a number of different ages. And so I'm wondering if you have recommendations or suggestions from your experiences about what the differences would be for working with younger ages versus older ages. I'll leave that open to any of you.
We actually have some fantastic results on that, and it points to a couple of different things. One is kind of the important heterogeneity among adolescents, and the other is the need to vary definitely in terms of age, but we also find very different vulnerabilities in the same settings, in the same communities, by social class, by income groups, and very different strategies called for. So in our work in Ethiopia and in Tanzania, we are seeing that certain interventions, education, broadly speaking, educational support is much more relevant for the younger adolescents. The livelihoods type of support are more relevant for the older adolescents. And so that's kind of one clear finding that's coming out of very different contexts that we might want to take into account. My own work in Bangladesh, but this has been shown in our work in Guatemala as well, we have a very important kind of approach to connecting the girls in the community with mentors. Very often our programs are led by young women in the same communities. So 20 to 24-year-old women who are not necessarily victims of the same phenomena, but who are actually very important role models for showing alternative pathways to leading productive, happy lives. So that connection with different generation of girls. So we're already talking about 2 or 3 sets of girls in terms of age groups that are important to involve in the same community. And I think that same dimension applies in terms of overcoming the problems of class and income. By showing, particularly if you can show that the privilege of education isn't just about being rich, or you can create these relationships through these clubs, which shows to an underprivileged orphan girl how she might go about staying in school, how she might go about learning a skill, etc. So those differences in those relationships are really important.
Great. Anybody else want to add?
Sure. Just a couple of more comments. I think for us at Promundo, for instance, working to change gender norms around patriarchy, early adolescence is the key point where to intervene. It's then beliefs, norms, attitudes around gender norms in general, around gender relations in general, but child marriage also specifically are formed. And so that's where we need to act most intensely, because that's what is most promising in terms of having a lasting impact. So again, that early adolescence is really a key element to intervene. When it comes to later in the adolescence, it really very much depends on the context and on the needs of the adolescents that we're working with. In Brazil and in other parts of Latin America, we cannot avoid keeping in mind that these girls, whether still married or not, are very often with children. And so at that point, we need to take into consideration the relational aspect of having a child, because if we invest in girls' education, trying to bring girls back to school, if we invest in girls' economic empowerment, we need to keep in mind that these girls also are responsible for their children, and very often they're the primary and sole caregivers. So unless we start working also with men to encourage a more equitable division of the burden of care, programs targeting girls' economic empowerment and education will only get this far. In our research on Brazil, for instance, we saw that of all the girls, the married girls that we interviewed, not even one was at the time of the interview in a paid employment outside of the household. That tells us a lot about what is needed in terms of moving forward and engaging men in the division of caregiving and domestic work.
Giovanna, can I put you on the spot? The panel this morning talked a lot about the importance of focusing on transforming social and gender norms. And I wonder if you can give some examples, or Sajid or anybody, to give some examples of what does that look like from a programmatic point of view? What are you seeing that's working to change social and gender norms?
Absolutely. At Promundo, but also with partner organizations that are working in our field. What is clear is that we need to be very aggressive in the approach. It's not enough to have a superficial approach to changing gender norms. The change needs to take place over time, and it requires a lot of critical reflection. It's on top of it? Yes. Thank you very much. I didn't realize. So apologies for all of you. Yes, so it requires a lot of critical reflection, and that takes time. There are multiple forms to do that, but definitely we need to start by the girls, with the girls, but also with the people who are meaningful in their lives, whether these are the parents and it could be sometimes the key decision makers in the marriage process, but also with their husbands or their prospective husbands. And again, the process requires critical reflection about very basic questions of what it means to be a man and a woman. So it's not targeting immediately child marriage per se, but it's actually much broader questions. And as change takes place very often, for instance, via group education in small groups over a prolonged period of time, it's also important to promote norm change at the community level. Because we have heard it also in the previous panel, there is the issue of safety for the participants of this program. So we need to ensure that as the participants shift their norms, also the broader community gets on with that shift. And the final thing here that I wanted to stress is that we can keep on changing the norms and the beliefs of families, communities, one by one. But if we want to be really strategic about that, we need to be working with institutions where norms are formed, where norms are shaped, and where norms are maintained. So we need to work with educational institutions. We need to work also with the health systems, because that contributes a lot to the way in which, for instance, we see women as primary care for children, and also, in order to change norms about manhood, military institutions, just to give a few examples.
Oh, great. Sajid, I think you wanted to add something.
Yes, I would like to add something. Because generally speaking, if we talk about the age of the girl when they marry, well, in our country, in our region, it changes between 12 and 18 years. But you have to understand that anyway, the child is not able to refuse this marriage. Whether the child is 12 years old or just before 18 years old, the child has no right to refuse the marriage. And I would like to talk to you about one of the approaches which we use. We work in partnership with the traditional chiefs, because they influence the community, especially, for example, the fathers. We don't have the right to discuss those issues with our fathers, and so because we work together with the traditional chiefs, we can approach our fathers. We can then get into conversations, because otherwise it's the girl who suffers the consequences. If the girl is sent to marriage, then it suffers all the consequences. It does respect what the father tells her, because if the girl is told by the father, go and marry this guy, she has to do it. And it is very important, because everything which the girl needs to endure in the future is really the burden of the girl. It's not the burden of the father. Everybody in the community needs to be employed in this fight. And it is very important to work in a traditional community. So therefore we create groups. And we at APAD, we have 17 members, and these 17 members are victims of this early and forced child marriage. And every member creates one group at the level of the neighborhood, and so they talk to the girls so that these girls are not going to fall into the same trap, and this helps us enormously. And this is what I wanted to add.
That's really important. And Sajida, did you want to add something?
So our approach to changing norms has actually been from not at the level of community conversations, although we certainly have a lot of it. And we feel like it's important when you want to start working with girls to engage communities. But it's been at the level of creating opportunities, changing behaviors that lead to changing norms. And I think a lot of this perspective comes from observing, for instance, factory workers in Bangladesh, women who come to work in the garment factories. We did a study in the 90s where we compared workers to their non-working counterparts in their own communities, in the sending villages and in the non-sending villages. And one of the things that really struck us is girls who go to work marry later. And they legitimize later marriage of the other girls in the community even when they don't go to work. So there is kind of this diffusion effect of providing opportunities. And there have been a couple of other very interesting and very creative studies that have shown the same thing about just providing information about opportunities for work can change the profile of child marriage in a community. It's not actually providing work. And I think that is a pathway that is somewhat underexplored in strategies for changing norms. So the connection between behaviors leading the way to changing norms is one point, and the other is actually recognizing the powerful diffusion effects of things like role models, things like information about opportunities. And we've seen this huge transformation in Bangladesh, for example, in the last 20 years, in my research lifetime, where going to school has become the norm. And I think that only happens with the behavior change happening first.
This is really interesting. And I'm glad you brought this up. And I think, there's a lot of, earlier this morning, I think Suzanne mentioned the fear factor for parents of being nervous about their children having freedom of mobility to go to school or to have relations, to have friends outside of the household, because their fear of perception of the scariness of the community outside where there may be harassed or feeling sexually exploited. But is it perception or is it reality? And I think what you're touching on here is exploiting the difference between people's perceptions about what's reality out there and what's maybe the reality is slightly different. Mm-hmm. So I think this is an interesting opportunity that we could explore for potential interventions as we move forward. Well, I'm going to open for questions in just a minute, but I also wanted to ask a question about reaching scale. And Giovanna, you just mentioned working at norms from an institutional level. And so that gives a hint or some examples perhaps of how we would reach scale, knowing that how many girls we need to reach in the next 5-10 years. Mm-hmm. So how best do we do that? And I will really open this up to anybody who wants to make a comment about how we reach scale.
Yeah, that's a daunting task for all of us. Let me know if this rings weirdly. It's daunting, and at the same time, we keep on changing the lives, when we're lucky, of hundreds of girls, thousands of girls, but there are millions of girls who need their lives changed somehow. And as a researcher and as programmatic experts, we are faced with the dilemma of the fact that on the one hand, more research is needed to know what works. We know what works, but it's not enough. We need to better understand what works, but at the same time we have this time pressure on our shoulders. So how do we reach the scale while we also keep the effectiveness and hopefully the depth of the intervention? From our perspective, definitely one element is, as Suzanne was saying before, keep on investing on evaluation of what works. From a designing perspective of programs, keep on thinking also as you develop new interventions. Think about how that could be scaled up. Maybe it may not be part of the intervention, but think critically about that because that is essential. And also keep in mind that obviously very often we think immediately about the government when we think about scaling up, and that's the most obvious partner. there may be other solutions. Maybe there may be the private sectors. Obviously, as NGOs, we are more reluctant to work with the private sector sometimes. But again, let's be creative because the problem is massive. The other element that I wanted to stress is that there are also already poverty reduction strategies out there which are already at scale. They are not targeting child marriage, and very often they miss completely a gender component. But what if we were to add a critical gender component to these strategies? I'm thinking, for instance, in Brazil, where there is Bolsa Familia, which is one of the first and the largest conditional cash transfer programs, reaching millions of families across Brazil. Not only it does not question issues of gender, but actually it risks to reinforce gender stereotypes and the role of women as primary caregivers and primarily in charge of the domestic work at home. So how do we start working in those programs that are already at scale and trying to insert a gender lens in those programs? That could be an option. The other element, obviously, from my perspective, is the question is not just scale, but also how do we ensure the sustainability of the change that we are achieving, whether in small intervention or in bigger interventions. And in order to do that, clearly we need to engage systematically and critically men and boys. Multiple ways, but I think the key element when it comes to child marriage, we really need to work with men and boys to critically deconstruct notions of sexuality, masculinity, definition of what it means to be a woman in a systematic way. And again, to do it at scale, we need to work with educational institutions. And I'll leave it there.
Great.
So I just want to add a little bit about, we are talking, I'm not just talking about scaling up, but talking about scaling up in a disruptive way. So you want to disrupt the system. And if I believe, and I think we're going to demonstrate this with our project interventions, that we need to find new areas, new avenues in which you create opportunities, in which you create spaces. For me, technology offers that new space where, in terms of providing women with opportunities, cell phones hold a huge potential by connecting them, by disrupting the limited social networks that they have. So technology-based scaled disruption of existing systems. I also feel that in order to be disruptive, you have to be very strategic in thinking about what gendered expectations are in terms of men's versus women's roles. One of the fundamental problems that we have in providing women with opportunities is that they are perceived as taking away from the men. So to that extent, in terms of opportunities, occupying new spaces, new and emerging spaces. So that might be technology, that might be the media in the case of Bangladesh. Women express their aspirations in terms of playing a much stronger role in the media. One of the most popular occupational aspirations reported is to be a reporter on television. So I think it's this idea of taking over new spaces, which is strategic in terms of not being perceived as taking away from men.
Interesting.
But it also has the value of sort of having an even higher status than the jobs the men have.
Interesting.
Right?
Interesting. Danija, did you want to add anything?
Concernant
regarding the awareness raising campaigns at our level, when we have, for example, the national days, the 11th of October, we organize spaces with the media so that we can reach population, and we can tell the whole entire population what the consequences of a forced and early marriage are. So these spaces are very important. It's very important to work together with radio and television, with the media. We also distribute flyers where we talk about marriage with the origins, with all the necessary explanations. That way the population can see where this idea of forced marriage comes from and what the consequences are for the girl. And that's what I would like to add.
Knowing that we're going to really try to end on time, I want to break for some questions from the audience. So I think we have people with microphones. I'm going to take 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll turn to the panelists. So I'm seeing over there. I don't know where. Yeah, in the back. Can you say who you are?
Alicia, I just recently returned from Peace Corps service at Democratic Women's Organization in the country of Georgia. So anyone on the panel could respond, but my question is specifically for Giovanna, because you mentioned the topic of parental control over a girl or woman's sexuality and the importance of working with parents on these topics. And so I was hoping you could elaborate a little bit more on exactly how you approach the working with parents and involving parents in these conversations. Thank you.
And before Giovanna answers, I'm just going to take a second question right here.
Hi there. Thank you all so much for your comments. My name is Joya. I work for Tostan. And so I really appreciated, Giovanna, what you said about, gender, addressing gender norms takes critical reflection and takes time. And so I'm hearing, here we are at the Girl Summit, so we're thinking about girls, but we have to engage men and boys. And we're thinking about gatekeepers. We're thinking about institutions. So then I'm thinking, so really we have to talk to everybody, right? So at Tostan, at the core of our program is a 3-year human rights-based, non-formal education program. And so we're trying to involve an entire community in a conversation to critically reflect about social norms that might be harmful. So I'm wondering if, in your experience, and especially from our colleagues in Cameroon, if you've observed or done any research around sort of a community level approach, and then that community as an example for other communities and using radio to disseminate. So I'm just interested in any research on that. Thanks.
Great. I will take one more before we move on. If somebody has another question, otherwise we'll pause here. Okay. Oh, you snuck it in. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, everyone. My name is Jennifer. I work with Bright Spring Strategy Consulting. And building off of what Joya just asked, and hearing the discussion around being disruptive and norms and institutions, and earlier in the first panel about how child marriage is related to something as distal as what we think is distal as climate change. What are some tips for success in getting these unusual actors, unusual suspects into this space programmatically? I mean, we all know that we have to do it. I would love to hear if you have examples of success, of how people have done it well.
Great. I will open it up to the panel. Who would like to start? Giovanna.
I can start from Alicia's question about the issue of parental control. And am I correct that you just got back from Georgia? Okay. It's very interesting because, again, it's an area of the world where also child marriage is an issue, but much less researched and studied. So it's food for thought for the next panel. In terms of the ways in which we have addressed parental control, so I'll talk a little bit about the experience of Promundo, but obviously there are partners, Save the Children, CARE, who also have worked on similar aspects. In terms of Promundo, for instance, we work a lot with fathers in terms of engaging fathers as equitable and nonviolent caregivers in general. So we have taken our approach then, and we have recently adopted it, for instance, for application to child marriage prevention in India in collaboration with World Vision. And so the way the program looks there is that we start by working specifically there with fathers, meeting on a weekly basis for a couple of hours at least for 4 to 6 months. And the concept behind the idea is that, again, by encouraging critical reflection, starting from discussing what it means to be a man in the community, but also then moving on to making men think about situations in which they felt where they had no control. And how does that feel? And then progressing slowly, talking about division of house chores, talking about household dynamics, and giving little homework as well. The men may first take as a funny exercise, go home and sweep the floor, but then may encourage again, then in the group, the dialogue and the conversation to move forward. And then at some point, because in the end we're talking about child marriage that is affecting primarily, not always, but primarily girls, in the end, the goal is to build a safe space also for girls, for the daughters to come in and to be part of the conversation. So obviously that, in order to do that, the facilitators needs to be very well trained because it needs to be a safe space, so not always is possible, and the facilitators need to assess whether that's feasible or not. But the goal is to promote a dialogue within the family, so to change across generations.
Great, and I think we had, anybody else want to add about the parental interventions, or I think the second question was about how to engage the entire community at once, maybe, who wants to add something?
I would like to add that working together with the parents presents difficulties because in our community you cannot directly communicate with the parents. And the only way how we could do it was by going through the traditional chiefs, because we cannot talk about traditional marriage with our father. But if it is the traditional chief who takes up the subject, then he is respected, and the work which we want to do with the parents can take place. So, with regards to the traditional chief of the village or the community.
Thank you. And community-wide interventions, or something that engages everybody all at once? Anybody want to add something?
Go ahead.
Well, this is not quite community-wide in the sense of having a jirga at the community level, but I think an important dimension for interventions that change the lives of girls and make them more visible as positive assets to the community is to locate a space, a safe space in the community, in a trusted institution. I think schools are very key in that. And to engage, one thing we've done, which is sort of not particularly innovative but very effective, is having a support group in the community for the school itself. So kind of engaging strategically with powerful people, bringing them in as support groups and kind of helping them see that what the interventions, what the safe spaces are doing for the girls. It's kind of been our approach.
Great. And any comments on the last question, which are on unusual suspects of who to work with that you might not have thought of or thought it wasn't possible to work with? Was that the question? How to successfully gauge the unusual suspects in the work?
I don't know if this can apply generally, but one specific finding from research on climate change, for instance, on disasters, is that is an analysis of who is more disproportionately hit. And it is usually quite easy to say that girls are disproportionately affected by climate change, for instance, whether you do an analysis of people who end up in disasters or what happens to the girls as a result of conflict. So I think demonstrating that even when there is a macro process in place, it's the girls that suffer the most, is one way of driving a wedge into this conversation.
Giovanna, do you add something?
Yeah, just one quick comment. Replying to Joya's point, yes, I agree, exactly. Sustainable intervention need to involve the community. And from an NGO perspective, I think it's important to remember that we don't need to do it all, but actually we need to focus on what we know well and then partner and work in collaboration, as we heard also in the previous panel. In terms of the unusual suspects, I mean, we work a lot with men and boys, and when it comes to child marriage, paradoxically, sometimes they are still the unusual suspects because they are absent very often from the conversation. So in terms of working with them, the approach that we use and that it's widely used and it works, the evidence tells us that it works, is to actually work with the positive deviants, with those people who are already not getting their daughters married off, with those boys who already don't want to marry a much younger woman once they will be adults. So leverage those voices in the community, and then try to obviously work with them to recruit new voices. And this applies to child marriage, but it applies. We're talking about countering violent extremism earlier on. I mean, let's think about all those young people who are not radical, even though they are in situations that could lead to radicalization. So again, let's think about the people who could bring change from within the community.
Okay, great. I think we have time for one more question. If somebody has something urgent that they want to say, I'll turn it to you first. Yep.
Okay, je voulais rajouter quelque chose.
I would like to add something with regards to a negative change. If you would like to turn something which is negative into something which is positive. In one of our groups, in one of the neighborhoods, we were able to change the life of the victims. They were not able to do anything, but today they are able to get out. They are able to, for example, sew their garments. And they are able to sell those garments, to buy soap. These are positive changes. And it is very important to convince the parents, and especially the mothers, not to send their girls off to marriage, because a girl who is a victim and who is responsibilized and autonomous today shows an example to society and also to her own family, which is very important.
Do we have time for one more? Okay, I saw a hand over here. Purple, and then Jacqueline. Let's take two.
Hi, thank you. I'm Rachel Okenkoswicki. I'm not currently affiliated with anyone. But I'm interested in hearing sort of the role of girls and how they're impacted in a lot of different situations, how child marriage impacts maternal health, impacts poverty, impacts other issues, and sort of a theme of mainstreaming girls and child marriage into other programming, and also for scaling up, Giovanna said. So I'm interested if there are any examples of that happening and how that might work.
Great question. Yeah, that's great. And Jacqueline, did you have something that you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just... Thank you. This issue of safe spaces keeps coming up, and it was something that, of course, I spoke to in the collectivizing exploratory study. And so I'm thinking about that and what creates safe spaces and the ways in which it requires deep community knowledge and trust, both to access girls, but to work with them and community leaders. And then, on the other hand, the tension and questions and pressure to scale. And I'm just sort of curious about what you all think about how we create true safe spaces as opposed to safe spaces in name, and the pressure to scale. And it feels a bit dangerous to me without some collective criteria and understanding.
Friends?
I can start maybe from Jacqueline's question about safe spaces, and I agree that safe spaces are an important element of programs, but they're also a risky element because girls still need to go back into a society that has not changed sometimes, or very often actually. So that's why the change in gender norms within the wider community as we provide safe spaces is an essential element, because safe spaces per se, first of all, may be not sustainable. But also, again, marriage is a relational aspect. Girls can be safe in that space, but then they go home and that's not a safe space. So I think we need to problematize that element and also offer meaningful safe spaces. It needs to be safe, but it also needs to be a place where girls can have meaningful conversations about aspects of their lives that have an impact outside of the space, which is, for instance, again, as we were talking about comprehensive sexuality education. So I just wanted to share that, and I really appreciate the comment. Thank you.
So I think there is one aspect, one way of thinking about safe spaces that's very literally about space. And there is certainly an important element of that, of emphasizing that, because so much of the response to girls and the circumstances of girls are about protecting them from various violations. So that in itself, symbolically, the idea of a safe space, literally is important. But I think equally important, and probably more important, is a more figurative interpretation of the expression, to talk about safe spaces in terms of relationships, in terms of networks, and in terms of friendships or mentors. So not think about the idea of a safe space only in the physical space sense.
Thank you. I think that's a super important comment. And do we have any other comments about the mainstreaming question?
I think it sort of is related in the sense you think about what you're doing in programming for girls in terms of its elements, not in terms of its form. That's what you want to bring into, for instance, the education system, what you want to bring into the health services in terms of the quality of care, the relational aspects.
And maybe just to add about Rachel's question, it's interesting applied to Brazil, because Brazil is a country where the term child marriage is not even used, and not even by practitioners. So somehow many organizations and many public agencies are already addressing somehow child marriage without knowing that they're doing it, because they're working on girl sexual exploitation, they're working on teen pregnancy and so on. So in that sense, I think it's room for conversation later on, but absolutely there are unexpected venues where that could happen without even realizing it.
Well, I think we're hearing a number of different themes that were repeated even from the morning session on our research that's coming out from the practitioners who are working on the ground, in terms of, I'm hearing themes about an importance of girl-centered work wrapped in a sort of a more holistic, community-wide approach that incorporates some of the unusual suspects, some of the parents, some of the religious leaders, and other power holders in the community. I'm also was interested to hear from the themes from what you described this morning about the importance of consciousness raising. Danejo, you started us off this morning in that way of thinking about the importance of giving space for people to think through their own value systems and their own perceptions and beliefs, and whether that is actually reality-based or more perception-based. So giving people an opportunity to think that through and talk that through with their peers and with other people in the community, I think, is an important theme that came out this morning. Sajida, you talked a lot about girls as assets, and I think we need to think through interventions that support girls as assets in the community, and also for their alternative pathways to marriage, give people an opportunity to hope for something else and to imagine something else. And perhaps, Sajid, I loved what you said about disruptive approaches to this, and think not just in incremental steps, like something that is just slightly outside of reach, but something that's way out of reach and just going for it. I think that's an important way that we can think about creating opportunities for change to happen. Danejo, you talked a lot about role modeling and leadership, and I think that is a really important thing to think about in terms of interventions, about how we work with positive deviants or the role models that are already there who already believe in the positive change and are role modeling it, and how can we work with them and support them. I really loved what Jacqueline said this morning about collectives and working with collectives and supporting collectives of people who are already role modeling the future state and using that as a means to give people hope to see that change is possible and it's already happening. And we talked a little bit about addressing some of the core root causes, including not just the economic aspects, but some of the gender norms and the perceptions about what roles girls and boys and men and women have in society, and finding opportunities to disrupt some of those expectations to give people increased opportunities and choices. And we also talked a little bit about scale this morning. We talked a little bit about how to reach scale by thinking at scale, by designing for scale in the first place, and also to work with media, to work with institutions at large, keeping in mind Jacqueline's point about how do we encourage safe spaces within those contexts? How do we really ensure that the spaces are safe? The one thing that I think I would take away from this conversation, if I had to boil it down to one word, is relational. I've heard that so often this morning from the first panel and from this panel, and about thinking about how to encourage positive relationships between girls and their parents, between boys and girls, between religious leaders, between communities. So how do we use that positive relational way of approaching the problem, as opposed to some ways that maybe silo or problematize groups that don't allow them to talk to each other and come to common solutions? That was a little bit of a summary from my perspective, and I'm open to hearing anybody else if you want to give a summary comment.
That was perfect.
Thank you. Right, okay, I think we'll wrap up there then.
Thanks for keeping your seats for just a second. Thank you again so much to all our panelists. It's just great to see that we're talking about solutions now, not just that this is a big problem that we all should care about. A couple of things before we go to lunch. I invite you, as Francoise did in the morning, to take this time to think about your place in this work. Exchange cards with other people, talk to other people about how you can work together to end child marriage. But if you are a little overwhelmed and there's too much going on because of all this great information, I'm also going to invite you to watch some videos from our co-sponsors, Human Rights Watch and the American Jewish World Service, who have done some amazing work and who you've heard from this morning. So we'll be back here at 12:30. Enjoy your lunch and see you soon.
Mtoto wangu wa kwanza alilazimishwa kuolewa akiwa na umri mdogo sana, alikuwa na miaka 14. Akakatisa shule akiwa na babake, akapewa ng'ombe. Unaangalia tu akipenda kutoa mtoto wake anatoa na kupeana na mume kabisa. Sisi hatuna hata sauti ya kuongea juu ya wanaume.
Child marriage is deeply embedded in Tanzanian society. 2 out of 5 girls are married before they're 18, exposing them to violence and abuse and robbing them of the power to determine their lives.
My father wanted me to get married because they're going to get a wealth. They want to get a lot of cows in order to be rich. Myself, I want to study.
Child marriage is often an economic transaction in Tanzania, and families see marriage as a way of securing their future financially. Husbands and their families pay a bride price or dowry, in the form of livestock or money in exchange for the girls.
Nilivyokuwa tu nikimaliza darasa la 7, yeye tayari kashachukua mahali, anadai mimi nikaolewe. Nikamwambia sasa mzee, siwezi kuolewa, nahitaji kusoma. Akasema siwezi nikasomesha mtoto wa kike, mimi nataka tu uolewe. Mimi nikijiangalia kabinti kadogodogo, nikimwangalia mwanaume ananizidi kama babangu nikimwangalia. Baada ya baba kunilazimisha, nilisema hivi, labda nikimfuata mama nitakuwa nimefanikiwa.
Because many parents can't or won't repay dowry, girls who face violence and abuse at the hands of their husbands often have nowhere to turn.
Marrying this girl means that he has paid for this girl. So she has to obey him. She has to follow what they want, and not him, but his relatives, because you are just like a property. They can just beat you right, left, center because they have paid something. How can you sell your child?
Yaani yeye alipokuwa akinipiga pa vile, mimi nitafanya tu vyovyote vile mpaka nikupate na nitakuumiza kabisa. Na kuna uwezekano mimi naweza kabisa hata nikakuua ukiondoka hapa kwangu. Ukitoka kulipoti nyumbani wanasema wewe, baba anasema wewe kaa tu vumilie, ndo mambo yalivyo ya kuolewa. Wanavumiliaga. Simama wa mzee alisema mahali hairudi kwa sababu kuna mahali ambayo alikuwa ameshaanza kula.
Kwa hiyo msichana mkubwa zamani wa Kimasai aliyekeketwa ndiye anaheshimika, kwa sababu ameshavukishwa ule umri mdogo, ameshakuwa mtu mkubwa. Kwa hiyo ndio maana anakeketwa, akishakeketwa ndiye anaolewa. Na mimi natamani labda mtoto wangu angesoma, na yule angetamani mama mtoto wake angesoma, na anatakiwa mtoto ambaye hakeketwi.
Nilikuwa na miaka 9 nilipokeketwa. Kwa hiyo hata nilivyoambiwa nilitaka kukimbia, lakini sasa kuamka hivi kitandani ndo nakamatwa na nakeketwa, maana kipindi kile nilikuwa mdogo, kwa hiyo hata sijashirikishwa.
Female genital mutilation, or FGM, is recognized as a form of violence against women and girls. In Tanzania, nearly 8 million women and girls have undergone the procedure. Whilst the practice has its roots in tradition and culture, it's also used as a way to control women's sexuality and protect the family's honor. Amongst the ethnic groups that practice it in Tanzania, FGM is also seen as a rite of passage to prepare girls for marriage. Once they have been cut, marriage will follow soon after.
Nimekeketwa nikiwa na umri wa miaka 10. Wazazi wangu waliniambia lazima ukeketwa, maana ukikeketwa utapata mchumba na ukikeketwa utaelimika. Mimi nilikimbia, nilitafuta namna lakini ilishindikana. Wakanilazimishia, wakanikeketa. Kweli ilikuwa inauma sana sana sana. Maana niliumia sana, damu nyingi ilitoka, nikashindwa kukojoa mikojo, mpaka nikawa nateseka sana. Mimi naona ukeketaji tuyaache, tutokomeze kabisa. Tuache, maana ni unyanyasaji.
There's no this protection mechanism to protect girls. When they say no, where are they going to run to get the protection? This has been a serious challenge, having a protection system where girls can be protected when they say no to marriage, when they say no to female genital mutilation.
Girls face many obstacles in going to school and staying there, including gender stereotypes about the value of educating girls. Marriage usually ends a girl's education. Girls who get married or become pregnant while in school face additional barriers and are routinely expelled.
Kuwapima ujauzito ni lazima, lakini sasa hivi imeingia gharama, shule haiwezi kabeba ule mzigo. Basi tunawatafuta tu ambao tunawabaini kwamba huyu inawezekana kwa kumwangalia ni mjamzito. Sheria za Tanzania bado hazijabaini kwamba achukuliwe hatua gani. Yeye tunamwachisha tu shule basi. Tunamwachisha anarudi kwao.
This practice of expelling pregnant girls is not explicitly mandated by law or policy, but the government has done little to stop it.
Shule kulipundulika
shuleni iligundulika shati lipo na ikawa hafupi shuleni shati, ndio nikaenda kunipima kliniki walimu, ndio nikagundulika niko mimba, nikawa nakaa nyumbani. Mimi nitaka niendelee na masomo, natakiwa waendelee kwenye masomo.
If the women could get educated, that could be a way of liberating them. They will be in a position of deciding on their own destinies, that they will get married to the men of their own choices, or they will not get married, but that would have meant to be their choices, you see.
Tanzania is failing to protect its women and girls from the abuses of child marriage. The government should act quickly to set and implement 18 as the uniform minimum marriage age for both boys and girls. They should also stop the practice of expelling pregnant or married girls from school and then work on a long-term plan to eradicate child marriage. Girls and women in Tanzania deserve the chance to achieve their dreams.
বিয়ে তো 14 বছরের মধ্যে হয়েছিল। হ্যাঁ, তো 14 বছরের মধ্যেই বিয়ে হয়েছিল। তো বিয়ে হওয়ার সঙ্গে আমার বিয়ে জাস্ট 14 দিনের মধ্যে বিয়ে ঠিকঠাক হয়েছিল।
পড়তে পড়তে বিয়ে কথাবার্তা হয়ে গেল, জোর করে বিয়েটাও দেওয়া হলো, করতে চাইছিল না, তবু জোর করে দিলাম যে পাড়া গ্রামেই বটে। তো এবার আমাদের মেয়ে ছেলেরা বড় হয়ে থাকলে 5 জনা 5 রকম বলবে। নিয়ে দেওয়া হয়ে যাওয়ার পরে এবার ছেলেটা সেরকম সুবিধা বুঝলাম না, সোনালীকে অবিশ্বাসী করে ওর সাথে ঝগড়াঝাটি করতে লাগলো। নিয়ে বললাম আর ও হবে না।
এবার ডিভোর্সটা হওয়ার পরে আমি বাড়িতেই থাকতাম, খুব মন করে খারাপ করে থাকতাম। কাজ করতে করতে গ্রামের যে মেয়েগুলো বলতো যে ডিভোর্স হয়ে গেছে, কোনো ছেলের সঙ্গে মিশতে পারছে না বলে হয়তো স্বামীকে ছেড়ে দিয়েছে, এই ধরনের খারাপ খারাপ কথা বলতো।
মেয়েদের স্বাধীনতা নেই এখানে, মেয়েদের কথা বলার অধিকার নেই এখানে, মেয়েদের উপার্জন করার অধিকার নেই এখানে। তার মধ্যে ডিসক্রিমিনেশন, যেটা জেন্ডার ডিসক্রিমিনেশন, খাবার কম দেওয়া, এডুকেশন কম দেওয়া, কথা বলতে কম দেওয়া, বেড়াতে কম দেওয়া, হাঁটাচলা করতে কম দেওয়া। মুসলিম কমিউনিটির মধ্যে হচ্ছে চাইল্ড ম্যারেজ, মানে যখনই ও ড্রপ আউট হচ্ছে তখনই ওকে বিয়ে দিয়ে দিচ্ছে। ও ক্ষেত্রেও কিন্তু আমরা কাউকে একটা সাইকেল দিয়েছি, কাউকে আমরা বই দিয়েছি, কাউকে স্কুল ইউনিফর্ম দিয়েছি, কাউকে টিউশন ফিস দিয়েছি, যে কোনো শর্তে আমি এডুকেশন নেব। এটা একটা হচ্ছে এডুকেশন ছাড়া তো মুক্তি নেই, ছেলে মেয়ের সমান। এই কাজগুলো আমাদের রয়েছে।
অনুভব তো একটা হবে যে আমি মানে বিয়ে যদি না হতো তার আগে তো আরও একটু লেখাপড়া এগিয়ে যেতে পারতাম। তো 5 বছর পর আমি আবার মানে স্কুলে ঢুকেছি, এখন 11 চলছে, এখন পড়তে চাইছি বা পড়ছি।
লড়াইটা কোথায় করবে? সরকারের সঙ্গে লড়াইটা কোথায় হবে? তোমার ঘরের সঙ্গে লড়াই কোথায় হবে? পঞ্চায়েতের সঙ্গে লড়াই তুমি কিভাবে করবে? মেয়েরা সব কিছু করতে পারে, রান্নাঘর এবং বাচ্চা সন্তান বড় করা, বা এই বিষয়টা যেন তাদের কাছে একমাত্র সামনে না আসে, এই একটা মেসেজ যাবে, দিতে পারবে, এটা একটি স্বপ্ন।
MBBCDSে কাজ করে অবশ্য আমি তো একটু উন্নত হয়েছে। সেটা গ্রামে গিয়ে তরুণী মেয়েদেরকে নিয়ে, মানে অ্যাডোলেসেন্ট মেয়েদেরকে নিয়ে কাজ করি। সেখানে বিশেষ করে কাজ হয় মানে তাদের পড়াশোনার বিষয় নিয়ে, তাদের স্বাস্থ্য সচেতন এবং স্বনির্ভর করা। আমার এমন কোনো অসুবিধা হবে না, কিন্তু আমি করে খেতে পারবো, যে তোমাকে দিদি কাজগুলো সব শিখিয়ে দিয়েছে।
ও হচ্ছে একটা তরুণী গ্রুপের লিডার, এডুকেশন শেষ করবে, তার উপার্জনের জায়গা সে বেছে নেবে, তারপরে সে ভাববে, তারপরে সে ভেবে যদি মনে করে যে সে বিয়ে করবে তাহলে সে বিয়ে করবে, তারপরে বিয়ে দাও বা মেয়েটাকে ভাবতে দাও। আমার কম্পিউটার বিয়ে দিয়ে দিবি। হ্যাঁ,
আমি তো চাইবো আমার যেমন অবস্থা হয়েছিল, যেমন ছোটোবেলায় বিয়ে দিয়ে দিয়েছে, 14-15 বছর বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়েছে, কিন্তু আমি গ্রামে গিয়ে বেশি করে মাদেরকে বোঝাই যাতে আমি যে কষ্টটা পেয়েছি যাতে আর চাই না যে অন্য কোনো মেয়েরা এইভাবে কষ্টটা পাক। তারা পড়াশোনা করুক, পড়াশোনা করে একটা উন্নত হোক, তারপরে মা বাবা দেখে শুনে বিয়ে দেয়। একটু এই ধরনের কথা এখন বলে না। আমার ডিভোর্স 5 বছর হচ্ছে, তারপরে এভাবে কাজ করতে করতে এখন কথা মনে হয় না। তখন আমার মনে ভয় তো এবার এতগুলো লোকের সামনে কীভাবে কথা বলবো, কিন্তু না, তখন আস্তে আস্তে তখন একটা সাহস হয়েছিল যে না, আমাকে তো কথা বলতে হবে, শিখতে হবে, আমাকে দাঁড়াতে তো হবে একটু। এইভাবে আস্তে আস্তে আমি কিন্তু আমি একটু উন্নত হয়েছিলাম। তারপরে এখন কোনো মনে হয় না যে কোনো কাজ করতে গেলে কোথাও যেতে বললে যেতে পারবো, কোনো অসুবিধা হবে না। পড়াশোনা করতে চাই, প্লাস আমি একটা সমাজসেবার মতো কাজও করতে চাই। যেমন ISD যেমন কাজ একটা করেছে, তো আমি এরকম একটা কাজ করতে চাই।
Children in Malawi, especially when they're young, they have very high hopes for the future. They dream about being doctors, they dream about being pilots. But the environment in which they live in does not always enable those dreams to come true.
Sindinakakamisidwe kumane kune kufuna kwanga kwaine chifukwa chakuti chithandizo chimandisowa kuti ndipanga bwanji ngakhale niwapita ku sukulu zovaso zimene zoperewera.
Mavuto amene ndakumana nawo ndi kuti foti munthu iye anali wamkulu, ine ndinali mwana. Chilichonse chimene anganene ine ndimachivomera foti ine ndinali wamng'ono.
Ndapezeka kuti uko awakhaurabira kubolesa kudya araba sama kuza kuti basi yorani.
Ndinona nenunu nimatingakhala nimatingaganiza ndachiphera tsogolozi.
Child marriage is a form of gender-based discrimination. It's a form of violence against women because it largely affects girls. And if you look at the consequences of child marriage on the rights of women and girls, it's devastating. 1 in 2 girls in Malawi are married before their 18th birthday.
Mayenga memakana nguvurika kwambiri ndechisakalira chinosowa ineyo sizinali benefit nali wang'ono miyendo ndiomwe nali nayo vurema ndipweteka kwambiri maso tudanda kwambiri so mphanga amene ali apoyo akula ndi moyo wovulika kwambiri ife malo eni okhala
ndinali ndisadakonzeke koma ndikuzunzika kumene ndimazunzika kumene kunandipangitsa kuti ndipange zinthu ngati zimenezi koma munaye sinali kumbukumbu yanga choti ndingakhale naye ndimene ndinalili msinkhu wanga ndimakhala osangalala kwambiri.
What are the main factors that lead to early
marriage. Poverty, she feels poverty leads to a marriage in Malawi. Is there another factor? Yes. Cultural practices. Parents forcing their children or girls to get married, yes? So, what are the impacts of early marriage on us? As Malawi starting now?
It leads to school dropout.
Early marriages lead to school dropouts. How will it lead to school dropouts?
Child marriage continues to perpetuate inequality because girls are not able to go to school. It affects their health. It affects their ability to marry only when they are willing and able to do so. And it affects their ability to be able to be free from violence.
Dakhala mpaka urenga mimba mpaka dabiza uri mamuno jamangu nimenya umandikiranganza ndabiza uri mimba janabira bajabe ntaona uri ubiriza bende basa bamba jarabwera sobana kumva zunzo ndadangura basi tie uri kunyumba.
Pankani ya mwanayo kuya kwatiwe sinayo sakundwera ngulu yaje yatira pompo ndiye likatero usogolo azakhala ndi moyo wamabavuto ndiye mwana akaphunzira zimakhala bwino kwambiri chifukwa amakhala akuchithandiza yekha amayima pa yekha osayembekeza makolo kusembeza anthu ena.
VSU is a victim support unit. It's a space at the police station where women that are facing violence can go for help. It has helped actually to encourage women and girls to come forward to report violence, but challenges remain.
So these registers are of about 110 pages, but we can complete these in 2 months. So you can imagine that the number of gender-based violence cases are reported almost every day. The accused of victims requiring our services, yet we don't have enough space. This room, if we are to measure it, is about 2 meters by 1.5. If we are to receive a victim who requires to be resting somewhere, it's difficult.
These girls, when they come on, they are still young, they're around 14, 15, they are scared because they are still young, not mature, either physically or even mentally. To compare with the number of young girls who were giving birth in those years, like in 1990s and nowadays, the number is increasing.
Nilini mwana na bega zangu. Nakwelewa chifukwa choti makolo anga nilibe. Then mati ngamakhala na agogo, mati ngati ndizipita ku sukulu amanuza kuti usamapite ku sukulu tizilima. Ineyo nafuna pamavuto amene nali nawo kuti mwina ni masuki. Mulungu akanisunga ni moyo wa mwana wanga amene nabereka ndimuphunzitsa sukulu. Mwana wanga amene nabereka sizoti adzakhala ngati naneso.
In Malawi, there's no clear minimum age of marriage. The current law is very ambiguous. It has a lot of gaps.
This is the Constitution of the Republic of Malawi, and the Section 22, subsection 1, says no person over the age of 18 years shall be prevented from entering into marriage. Our Child Care Protection and Justice Act is talking about 16 and above. So I think the government will do something to make sure that there's clear distinction, or so that whenever a court is sitting, should know which age a child or a boy should enter into marriage. Because as of now, the courts are in dilemma.
Child marriage is as a result of government failure to address the rights of women and girls and to empower them. There's this vicious cycle of violation of rights and inequality. If there are no opportunities for girls to go to school, they get married. When they get married, still they are not able to continue with education. So they continue being subordinates. They continue being invisible in society. The most basic starting point to protect girls against child marriage is having a very clear minimum age of marriage. It ensures a uniform application of the law. If you're under the age of 18, you cannot be married. The government needs to make sure that they have a very clear plan of how they want to address child marriage. Having a national plan that sets out the legal reforms that need to be done, the programmatic initiatives that need to be taken in order to address child marriage. The consequences of child marriage are far-reaching. They don't just affect girls in childhood, they follow them to their adulthood, they affect their families, they affect their communities, and in the end, they affect the whole country.
Okay, hi everyone. I think we're gonna come back to the room now, finish up our lunches so that we can start our final portion of the session. So just a couple more seconds to please find your seats so that we can start the rest of the program. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. I see a lot of cookies. I promise that if we were trending, you would have some. You're all welcome. As I'm sure that you've seen in your program, we have pulled no punches for the second half of our day here. And in just a couple minutes, we're going to have a high-level panel of U.S. government officials to talk about the Adolescent Girls Strategy, Let Girls Learn, and all things child marriage related. But we're going to actually start back up with remarks from Nancy Birdsall, the president of the Center for Global Development and the namesake of this beautiful space that we're in today. Nancy actually couldn't be with us today, but she has a very good excuse. She is about to become a grandmother. So that's probably the only reason that I would let someone out of coming to Girl Summit DC. She does prioritize this issue to an incredible amount, though, and before she went to be with her new grandchild, she recorded some remarks for us, and we'll play them now.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Nancy Birdsall, the president of the Center for Global Development. And I'm really pleased to be here in part with you today in this important round of discussion about the problem of child marriage. I'm only sorry that I can't be there in person to get a better feel for all of what you're talking about. The theme today, I know, has been and is child marriage. And that's something that we can all feel in our hearts as a really big problem. A problem for growth and development, but also a problem for people and for young girls. I always think back to, when I hear about child marriage, to meeting very briefly a very small girl, maybe 14 years old, in a maternity ward in Pakistan. She was too small, she was too thin, she just had a baby, she was about to go home, and she was disempowered in ways that were obvious. It was tough for her even to turn around and look at me or others who were passing by and asking her briefly questions about the birth itself. Some of you know that I began my work as an economist many years ago, thinking about and working on family planning issues and fertility. And like child marriage, family planning is about liberating girls and women. And it's still a subject that is not sufficiently attended to. I'm very excited, in fact, that at CGD, we're in the course of pushing ahead on a new round of research that's relevant to the kinds of issues that have to do with what you're talking about today. We have the great benefit of Myra Buvinich joining us, and we have two major research projects going on, led by actually 3 guys. Another nice sign of how the work on women and development is being seen as more and more fundamental to growth and development itself. 2 of them are working on the law and its effects or lack of effects on the phenomenon of child marriage. And a 3rd is working on the law, again, and norms around female genital mutilation. At CGD, we do research. That's the foundation of our work. But we cannot do well without the interaction with the civil society community and advocacy groups, many represented here, who give us a sense of priorities about the right questions to ask, and give us the kind of feedback on whether and when our research is generating new thinking, new ideas, new products, new approaches to programs better evaluation of programs, all of those things where it's absolutely critical for researchers to have opportunities to interact with the advocacy and civil society groups who are out there working on the ground. Finally, I want to alert you to the fact that in just 2 weeks, we'll be having a conference here, a research conference. The title is Small Changes, Big Impact, addressing the question of what are the best ways for donors to make a difference on women's economic empowerment. It's the first in a series of 3 conferences over 3 years that we're very excited about, where I hope the research community, by pulling itself together and interacting with the larger community concerned with the issue of women, will really be able to make a change, the kind of change that matters. Thank you very much. You'll now hear from one of my colleagues who'll be introducing the next panel.
Hi, my name's Charles Kenny. I'm one of the 3 guys that Nancy mentioned. I'm a senior fellow here at CGD, and along with Myra Bubnich, I help direct CGD's new Gender and Development Research Program. I'm still very much in learning mode, and I've learned so much this morning already. So, thank you personally for being here, but also, I welcome you on behalf of CGD and on behalf of Nancy. I want to echo, first of all, her invitation to come to our first Birdsall House conference in 2 weeks' time, which will be around issues of gender and what donors can do in the space. I'd also like to mention, if I may, another event next Wednesday around LGBT rights in the developing world and what can Washington do, which you'd be most welcome to attend. And most importantly, I have the pleasure of introducing our next panel, which will focus on what the US government can do and is doing to end child marriage. It is fantastic to have this group of people all on stage, at the same place at the same time. I only hope next year we can have all of these people on the panel again, along with their colleagues from USTR, the people who work on investment, the people who work on environment, so that we can get girls' issues into all of the various different ways that the US government interacts with the rest of the world, trade, investment, and so on. Well, let me first off introduce Ambassador Kathy Russell, who is the Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues at the US State Department. Ambassador Russell previously served as Chief of Staff to Dr. Jill Biden, during which time she coordinated the development of the administration's strategy to prevent and respond to gender-based violence globally. Next, Carrie Hassler-Radelet, who is Director of the Peace Corps, where she was previously Deputy Director, and began her career actually as a Peace Corps volunteer in Western Samoa. Ms. Radelet was previously the Vice President and Director of DC Office of John Snow Inc. and has 2 decades of experience in public health focused on HIV/AIDS and maternal and child health. Susan Markham is Senior Coordinator for Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment at USAID, where she works with the agency's leadership and mission staff to fully integrate gender equality into the agency's policies, programs, and strategies. Ms. Markham also served as the Director of Women's Political Participation at the National Democratic Institute. Dana Hyde is the Chief Executive Officer of the Millennium Challenge Corporation. Ms. Hyde was previously Associate Director at the Office of Management and Budget and an official at the State Department, where she led the establishment of the Office of Deputy Secretary for Management and Resources. Anjali Achrakar is the Chief of Staff at the Office of the U.S. Global AIDS Coordinator and Health Diplomacy. Dr. Achrakar previously worked with UNICEF and at the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, where she focused on integrated adolescent health programs and services. And moderating the panel will be Rachel Vogelstein, Senior Fellow and Director of the Women and Foreign Policy Program at the Council on Foreign Relations. I will now go down there and learn as much as the rest of you. Thank you very much.
By thanking Charles for his kind introduction. and also for hosting us here today at the Center for Global Development. I also want to thank Francoise, Girard, and the International Women's Health Coalition, as well as its partner organizations for their continued efforts to keep critical issues like child marriage high on the international agenda. We are very privileged today to be joined by 5 government leaders who are really spearheading U.S. efforts to advance the status of girls around the world. And we're so grateful to each of you for taking the time to be here with us as we mark 1 year since the government of the UK and UNICEF hosted the first ever Girl Summit in London. Last year at the summit, U.S. government representatives reiterated their commitment to advancing U.S. efforts to end child early and forced marriage. And over the past year, thanks in large part to the leadership of those on the stage, as well as many in the room, we've seen the U.S. government take several significant steps, and I'll just talk about a few of them. The President and the First Lady launched Let Girls Learn, which is a whole of government effort to provide education to out-of-school girls with significant investment from the Peace Corps and USAID. The State Department has led the development of an adolescent girls strategy, which is underway and will guide U.S. diplomatic efforts. The Millennium Challenge Corporation made a significant commitment to advance girls' education through the Charge Collaborative, which was announced at the Clinton Global Initiative last year. PEPFAR created the DREAMS program to put adolescent girls at the center of U.S. efforts to combat HIV/AIDS. And importantly, the U.S. championed the adoption of a global target to end child marriage by 2030, which was included in the new Sustainable Development Agenda that was just ratified at the United Nations in September. These are significant changes, and they speak to, I think, a growing momentum to put girls and women at the center of our efforts to advance human rights, prosperity, and stability. These changes also raise a lot of questions as well, and I'll address them to our speakers this afternoon. Questions like, how do these individual initiatives and agencies work together on the ground to advance the status of adolescent girls? Which countries do these programs reach? And where do we need to amplify our efforts? Do we have sufficient resources in place to reach the ambitious targets that have been set? And how can we ensure that these efforts will be preserved into the next administration? So we have an expert panel here to enlighten us on all of those questions. So why don't we go ahead and get started? Ambassador Russell, I'd love to start by asking you a little bit about the Adolescent Girls Strategy. We know that the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act back in 2013 for the first time included a requirement that the U.S. develop a strategy to combat child marriage through U.S. diplomatic and development efforts, and this requirement will be addressed through the Adolescent Girl Strategy that you're in the process of leading. So notwithstanding that it's still in development, can you just share with us in general terms, what will it cover? Tell us what you hope this strategy will accomplish and how you expect it will help coordinate U.S. efforts on child marriage.
Yes, thanks so much for that question. I think I would look at it this way. As the person who introduced me mentioned, when I was at the White House, I worked on the gender-based violence strategy for the government. I think this is part of a continuum. In that strategy, we talked about child marriage as a form of gender-based violence. That's the first step in how we see this issue. And the U.S. government and others in the international community have done a lot in the last 20 years to really move the agenda of women forward. And the issue of girls, I think, is now moving to center stage because it's two things. One, because we've made some progress on women generally. We know what we're trying to get done. There's a lot more that needs to get done, obviously, in a whole range of issues. But we recognize that adolescent girls in particular are facing some very discrete challenges, and they're not women and they're not kids. So they're women, obviously, women in training, but they don't fall into those categories in terms of our work and really the work of the international community. So then the question is, if this group is falling behind, which we think it is in many places, what do we do about it? How do we approach it? And so we've been working at the State Department for the last 2 years thinking about adolescent girls as a discrete cohort and thinking about what their specific challenges are and how to address them better. The challenges are obvious. We know that they face increased risks of gender-based violence. I think our colleagues from PEPFAR will talk about the increased risk of HIV and how those numbers are horrible in many places. We see the very real problem of child marriage. And what we know is that what we believe is that to address this, we have to try to do it comprehensively. We think that the single best thing we can do is try to keep them in school for as long as possible. That's not easy, right? Because there are many reasons that girls are dropping out of school. But if we believe if we can try to address the issue in a comprehensive way, we have a better shot of keeping these girls in school for as long as possible, and then hoping to move them into the economy at a higher rate, which will benefit the girls, their communities, their countries ultimately. So we think that that's a strategic priority of the United States for that reason, because they're just an incredibly important group for us to try to protect and not let them fall by the wayside. So the Adolescent Girls Strategy is an effort it's an administration-wide effort. We are a little bit like the think tank in the administration on these issues, and Emily, who's sitting right here in the front row, is the key person on this in my office. But really, we're trying to put together this strategic thinking about why we need to approach this issue and how we need to approach it. And as I said, all of the issues, in my view, that relate to women and girls have to be approached in a comprehensive way. And that's how we're looking at this as well. So child marriage is a part of this, but we're also looking at other issues that relate to girls and thinking about how best to keep them in school, and that's an incredibly valuable contribution by both the First Lady and my colleagues at the Peace Corps, who are really thinking about how to get into these communities and work with these girls and keep them in school. USAID obviously is doing a huge bit of this because they do all the programming around the world. MCC is so interesting because they come at it, and Dana can talk about this, but come at the country and think about holistically how they can make a difference and come at it with a significant amount of resources. So I think what I see as our role is to try to help organize and make sure that we're all in a cohesive approach to this, that we're working together, and that's really the point of the strategy.
That's really helpful. It sounds like many different streams of work all falling under this umbrella, and I know that many are eager to see it when it comes out. I'm looking forward to that. I want to turn quickly to the question of diplomacy to combat child marriage. In Doha earlier this week, in remarks at the World Innovation Summit for Education, we were just talking about this, First Lady Michelle Obama called for a, quote, honest conversation about the barriers to girls' education, and she noted that funding for education programs is important, but that addressing girls' education is not just about funding for schools, it's also about changing attitudes, beliefs, laws, and norms and practices. And of course, child marriage is one of the traditions that surely she was addressing in those remarks. The question is, how is the U.S. specifically addressing the issue of child marriage through its diplomatic efforts, and what results are you seeing through those efforts?
Well, our diplomatic efforts are pretty, they're pretty far-reaching. I think they start with the president, who has also spoken about this. And again, what we see is that the critical piece here is that the reason that girls are married off early, in our view, the reason that girls face all of the terrible things they face around the world is because in many places they're not valued. And so ultimately what you have to try to do is address that very direct problem of trying to keep them in school, making sure they have health care, sexual and reproductive health rights, all these different issues that are coming into play. But we ultimately are trying to raise the sort of status of girls around the world. And so some of that we do just the way we do our other work on women, which is to say to countries, and the Secretary of State says this, the President says this, and they always use sports analogies, which I find funny. Half the time I get them, half I don't. But basically the concept is, you don't want to play a game with half your team on the bench. It seems obvious to us, right? And this is what we're trying to say to countries. You will never do as well as you can if your women don't do well. And the adverse of that is true too, or the converse of that is true as well, which is when women do well, countries will do well. And so ultimately what we're trying to do on the diplomatic level is talk to countries about that and make it clear that it is in their interest. We believe it's the right thing to do, obviously, but we also think it's in their interest to do this, and we want to try to help them figure out how to do that. And so I spend a lot of time on the road. I just got back from Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. And these issues are very real in very many places. And so we talk to leaders there. I do. Our other diplomats on the ground do that. Led really by the work of the President and the Secretary, and now having the First Lady's voice in there is tremendously powerful. So that's how we approach it, and then all of the rest follows what we're trying to do in that regard.
So the power of diplomacy all the way from the top, but throughout what the U.S. government is doing.
And making clear what are, we have values, right? And we are trying to articulate those values in the world. We're not really telling countries what to do. We're trying to help countries do what we believe they would like to do if they think about it for a minute.
Well said. Very diplomatic,
yes.
Carrie, I wonder if we could turn to you. One of the critical interventions that we've been talking about really all morning here is the importance of education, and particularly girls' secondary education, to curtail child marriage. And Let Girls Learn is addressing that critical gap. Can you tell us more about what Peace Corps volunteers will be doing in communities around the world on secondary education in particular? Will these efforts be long-term community-level investments? And given that Peace Corps volunteers generally serve on a 2-year cycle, what does that mean in terms of how these programs can be sustained beyond the term of an individual Peace Corps volunteer?
Great question. Thank you very much. We're very excited to be part of Let Girls Learn. There are 3 pillars for the Peace Corps component of it. And just to say that Peace Corps, just to level the playing field for those of you who may not know so much about Peace Corps service is a 2-year commitment. Our volunteers live and work as members of community. They learn the language, they live in the same homes as the communities, they work side by side with their communities on priorities that the communities themselves have identified. So it's a long-term commitment on the part of our volunteers. They really become members of the community, and that gives them the unique credibility that they have that's built on personal relationships of trust. And that's why our part in all this, I think, is so important, because we are the last mile partners on the ground. And we work in very close alignment with our other partners here to make sure that their interventions, evidence-based interventions that are supported by our U.S. government development dollars, but also by our host country partners and our other development partners, are implemented as they were intended, that they are owned by the community, that they are monitored and evaluated, and that they are sustained over time. So that's the Peace Corps model. I'd like to just ask, are any of you returned Peace Corps volunteers? If so, raise your hand. Okay, thank you for your service. They're everywhere. We're everywhere. I was just up on the hill at a Feed the Future event, and I swear at least 3/4 of the room was full of Peace Corps, and we were joking that we are the farm team. Anyway, so this is a 6-year commitment with Let Girls Learn, and as part of that, it is fully our intention to equip all of our Peace Corps volunteers, and we have at any given time about 7,000 volunteers in 60 countries around the world, to equip them with the tools to be able to make a difference in their community, with a real strong focus on girls' education empowerment. And we're going to be training, we are starting already to train all of our volunteers in gender analysis, on using a gender lens to approach development, so that they can really purposively work through their community to implement interventions that are really going to help girls and young women in their future, and especially stay in school. So over the next 6 years, we expect to train up to 12,000 volunteers and train 36,000 local leaders. So I mentioned earlier there are 3 parts of our program. The first is a training component. We'll train each of our volunteers, and then those volunteers in turn are going to train local leaders so that we can build powerful champions for girls' education and empowerment at the community level. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. The second part of it is a small grants component where communities identify the solutions that make sense for themselves. And as you noted, Ambassador Russell, there are different problems in different communities. Even in the same country, there may be many different barriers to girls' education. And our volunteers work with those communities to identify those that are most important and to identify locally led solutions that we can help support through a small grants program. And then the third component is really expanding the impact by expanding the number of volunteers. So we work in secondary schools. Over half of our program, we have about 3,500 volunteers around the world who are teaching right now in secondary schools. But I would say that 95% of our volunteers have some form of education component of their work, because most of our volunteers have secondary projects, many of which involve education either in an informal way or a formalized way, teaching English clubs and classes. One of our most exciting interventions are our girls leading our world camps, which we have now in nearly 50 countries, which are week-long camps where we have built an evidence-based curriculum that supplements the work that our volunteers do in their regular work, either in classrooms or in the other sector programs where they work. And we're increasingly working on camps to clubs so that the girls who participate in these camps go back to their communities and then keep organizing their peers around clubs that continue to emphasize the leadership skills and school, staying in school, homework help, et cetera, that the GLOW camps focus on. So I'd like to give you an example of what that really means, because I think that's easiest to understand. I just was in Tanzania a couple weeks ago, and I met a young man named Jerome Gately, who was a secondary school teacher. And he was teaching math and science, actually, in a small school. And it was there were about 300 students in this school, 200 of which were boys and 100 of which were girls. And the boys had dorms. And so the boys lived in school, and they had a lot of help. They had electricity. They could study. They didn't have extra chores. The girls had to walk several miles every day to school. They had chores that they did at home starting at 4 a.m. to cook for the family and wash clothes by hand and gather firewood and fetch water. And by the time they got to school, they had already been working for 3 or 4 hours, and they were exhausted. They didn't have time to study, and the travel to school also left them vulnerable to sexual assault and other forms of assault. So when he got to the class, he recognized immediately that the girls were unprepared for class, that they were not speaking up in class, that they were intimidated. It seemed that they were intimidated by the boys, and their performance on exams and what have you was really inferior to the boys. So he gathered the girls together and said, let's try to do something together that meets your needs to help you have better achievement in school. And he sort of was thinking, I think, of English club or something like that, because the classroom in secondary school is taught in English in Tanzania. So what the girls said was, though, we want to have a dorm. That is what we think would be most important for us. We want to be just like the boys. And then they also went on to talk to him about all of the barriers that they face that I had just communicated. So Jerome went and he talked to the school, and the school said, well, we do have land. If you can get community buy-in, then we'd be happy to support that. And it required a lot of community buy-in because, of course, the families were concerned about the loss of their domestic labor. That was the biggest barrier. But there were just, as you said earlier, there were real concerns about investing so much in girls. And also just they said they were concerned about their safety to let them be in school. But in fact, the evidence shows that they were actually much safer when they were in these dorms. So it took some time with a real process of community engagement, community meetings, individual meetings by the Peace Corps volunteer. And he gathered the support of his fellow teachers. And it took about a year to get the community to a place where they were willing to accept the girls having a dormitory experience. So, but then they did, and he wrote a grant. He got a USAID grant. Actually, it was a Peace Corps partnership grant, right? But it was funded, I think, partially by USAID. And so it was for $8,000. The community built all the bricks, so they actually constructed the dorms, and the funding for from the grant went to things like the beds and lighting and sanitary facilities and what have you. And the following year, I neglected to mention that for the past 5 or 6 years, they had seen that every year about 13 to 15 girls every year dropped out because of pregnancy. So, and the girls were not performing well in terms of their national exam. So after the dorm was built, the girls moved into their brand new dorms. We tracked it for a year after this, and Jerome was just about to complete his service. But what they found that next year when the girls were in the school was they had one pregnancy, a huge decrease in reports of sexual violence. but maybe most importantly, the girls stayed in school. Their test scores skyrocketed for the first time ever. The highest mark in the national exams from that region was a girl from that school. And Jerome said one of the most poignant moments of his time as a Peace Corps volunteer is on the day after the national exam results were announced, with the girls really excelling for the first time ever in that school. He came into his classroom and one of the girls had written, I have it here, "This year we have seen that girls are able."
Wow.
And one of the girls had written that. They had begun to see themselves as leaders. So they had the space and the time to study, but maybe more importantly, they began to believe in themselves. They began to see their own potential, and they were excelling, and it was exciting for them. So that's just an example, and that's one volunteer. But that's the story of our Peace Corps volunteers in every community around the world.
And really speaks to the importance not only of the funding to build something like the dorm, but the work that went into the kind of community-based change there and the result that you saw.
It would not have worked if Jerome had just gotten the grant by himself and built the dorm. Right. It took a year of community socialization. And that's where volunteers are so valuable, because they speak in the local language, they have personal relationships with the community members and with the girls and with the families.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, Jerome talked about having hard conversations with fathers who didn't want their girls to go to school. They were afraid to have them staying overnight in a dorm. Not to mention the fact that they were worried that the clothes wouldn't get washed.
Right.
So, the relationships of trust were pivotal.
Very poignant story, and I think really speaks to what Let Girls Learn is doing through the Peace Corps. I wonder, Dana, if we can turn to MCC for a moment. And the work that you're doing, particularly on girls' education as well. MCC made an announcement as part of the Collaborative for Harnessing Ambition and Resources for Girls' Education. The acronym is CHARGE, which was announced at the Clinton Global Initiative last year. Exactly, that's the idea. And you have also, in addition to that commitment, addressed the importance of improving monitoring and evaluation.
Yes.
We just heard of a really important story, and the question is, how are we documenting the effects that these changes are having so that we can make the case for scaling some of these programs? So talk to us a little bit about that and how your work fits into the Let Girls Learn initiative. How does the MCC piece fit in?
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here and to have this conversation. So also let me just level set a little bit on MCC and I think what can be our contribution in a different way to these objectives. MCC has just one mission, which is alleviating poverty through economic growth. And as we know, poverty is a significant driver of child marriage, and child marriage in turn exacerbates poverty. So our overall perspective for this set of issues is around how do we provide economic opportunity for girls and for young women and for adolescents. And we do that in a pretty focused way, looking at the economy of a particular country, where it is, whether it's a low-income country, a lower middle-income country, what's the trajectory, what are the issues. And we start with an analytic constraints to growth analysis that leads us to think about concepts and sectors and ultimately projects that we will work in. So we work our way down. The second important piece of how we work and the modality is, I think, this is all done through a very country-initiated, country-led model, which translates to a professional staff of Tanzanians and a board of Tanzanians who are themselves integrating and implementing. And we do have some strictures that we put around priorities of the program within that staff. So for example, we require every one of our countries within the core team to have a social and gender professional who is looking, whether it's a water project, whether it's electricity, whether it's education per se, but in each one of those contexts to say who are the beneficiaries and how do we think about outcomes and impact from a gender lens? How do we think about it from a social inclusion lens? And I know some of my team is here. We have, over the years, also had to be pretty creative about how we empower that voice on the core team. We have been known to perhaps not issue any disbursements until we know that particular voice has been heard and that input has been taken on board. So at the end of the day, we are working in education, per se, getting to your question, currently in the portfolio in 4 countries. We are just about to launch a really interesting and sizable investment in Morocco, where we will also pilot a number of pay-for-results, outcome-based incentive financing tools around both the supply side and the demand side for adolescent girls and for training. And we're really excited about that work. In Georgia, we are working in STEM, particularly in colleges, and we have a public-private partnership with San Diego State that's also focusing on attainment of those skills for girls. And then we're also working in the Northern Triangle, in Guatemala and El Salvador, specifically in education. Over the course of MCC's decade, we've worked in at least 9 different countries in different ways in education. And we're looking for opportunities as part of Let Girls Learn, I think, for us to take on the niche of how do we think about outcome-based public-private partnerships around education. Typically, MCC will not work in the primary space, education space. Our niche is more vocational and skills development. The second contribution, as you mentioned, is just around data and M&E and learning. And we have a number of data sets already. We are investing in impact evaluations around everything we do and making sure that we have taking our data to the next level and then making that accessible in formats for the community to use is a core commitment of what we're doing. And then the third thing that I would highlight is the incentive-based structures of MCC just around selection and eligibility that we integrate into the scorecard, which is our primary prism for selection, a couple of key important indicators. One is the participation of gender in the economy. This was a new addition to the MCC scorecard just 3 years ago. We've already seen, 4 years ago perhaps, we've already seen countries, I would cite as an example, Cote d'Ivoire, where they were affirmatively seeking to pass the eligibility criteria and were seeing that they needed to pass an additional indicator and that they changed their family code to provide women rights in the law that didn't exist before for the purpose of getting MCC eligibility. We also track primary education for low-income countries as an indicator of the degree to which there's completion. And for lower middle-income countries, we're looking at enrollment in secondary education. So in all of those spheres. Finally, I would say something that I have certainly learned over the last year, which is MCC is often thought of and associated with our investments in infrastructure. And we've heard from both Carrie and from Ambassador Russell about the economic case for empowering girls and women. That's not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. And what we've seen, and there's increasingly research, that when we bring access to energy to a home, when we bring access to water to a home, it frees up the time and the ability of girls for productive uses of their time. In fact, Deloitte just found access to energy was correlated with a 10% higher income among women, and having an electric washer was correlated with a 33% increase in home income. That was in Brazil. So MCC's focus in bringing infrastructure, which is basic access to water and to energy, is related, and our teams are very much thinking, how do we materialize those outcomes so that they're meaningful for our beneficiaries? And final story, I was just in Jordan, and I saw this so vividly. So in Jordan, we picked up part of a PPP that USAID initiated on the wastewater treatment plant in the Zarqa region, and did a next phase of that, as well as replacement Jordan's and water scarcity and water poverty are obviously the binding constraint to growth that we're addressing. And we are also replacing, in the entire Zarqa region, most of the wastewater pipes, as well as the water transfer pipes. So in addition to that, there is a large component of our program that is around education and actually repair in the home. We have targeted training, and I had the pleasure to meet the women plumbers in Jordan that were there, that have taken on the sustainability. I mean, the core of our project and making this whole economic returns work are around the women plumbers that are going into homes in Zarqa and are addressing this. And just hearing them speak, which obviously brought home the social and gender norm component of this, for them to go into this field, for them to have the confidence to walk into a home and say that they can fix, which has traditionally been a man's job. I think it's probably the case here as well, was extremely inspiring. So I urge everyone to check out the photos of the women plumbers from Jordan. They're fantastic.
That's great. We'll all do that. Really interesting food for thought on the relationship between economic growth writ large and some of the social dynamics that we were talking about that restrict girls' opportunity. I want to follow up briefly on this question about the relationship between child marriage and economic growth, given MCC's kind of laser focus on economic growth and the conditions that foster it. You know, I think the inclusion of the gender in the economy indicator in MCC's core indicators and country selection, I think we really can't overstate the importance of that, of really conditioning partnership with the U.S. government, with MCC, on criteria related to women's economic participation, like the ability to register for a business or open a bank account or sign a contract. And as you noted, we're already seeing for that and other indicators a, quote, MCC effect, where countries are reforming their behavior in order to become more competitive for working in partnership with the U.S. So a question is, you know, given that we know that child marriage is related to economic growth, that there is this relationship, what about including that as an indicator? I'm thinking of a country like Niger, where you're working, and of course, that's a country with one of the highest child marriage prevalence rates in the world.
Yes.
Can we add it to the scorecard?
I think not to put me on the spot.
You'll just sign right here.
Just as an idea. I think it is a really intriguing idea and one I want us to take back. So we have, every year we assess what refinements and what additions it's to do to the scorecard. And the challenge that we confront every year is a much more practical challenge about having global data that is complete. So MCC must have the ability to compare Niger with Nepal, with other low-income countries around the world. So it often becomes a data challenge around data that has global coverage and also has if not annual updates, then something that approximates real-time updates to the data. But I certainly commit that I will take back to my team what that looks like here. And I know that we have had conversations about how further to amplify the objective that is served by the proxy of gender in the economy. And I think it's an interesting idea to pursue.
I think that's really a challenge for all of us in the room. How can we bolster the data that we have that shows the links between issues like child marriage or other gender inequalities and economic growth? I know there's an important study that ICRW is supporting right now with the World Bank to look at that specifically. But I think, you know, to Dana's point, the more data we have, the stronger our case will be. Susan, I'd love to talk a little bit about the work, the incredible work USAID is doing on education and under Let Girls Learn. I think many of us recognize that in recent years, USAID's education strategy has largely focused at the primary education level. And the question that we'd love for you to talk about is, what is USAID doing to improve girls' secondary education, particularly given that we know there's this incredibly strong link between keeping girls in school and reducing child marriage. So can you talk to us a little bit about the new Challenge Fund? We'd love to hear more about that, as well as the First Lady's recent announcement of a $70 million fund in Pakistan, and talk to us a little bit about how USAID maybe can reach some of the countries with high child marriage prevalence that are not either Peace Corps or MCC focused countries.
Great. Well, thank you. That is a many-part question. So the first thing I have to say is to push back a little bit on your premise, because the education policy is focused on basic education. And what we have found in our research is that basic education, reading, writing, and math, is not being accomplished in the first 6 years of school in many countries. Boys and girls are graduating from 6th grade not being able to read and write more than 5 to 10 words. So basic education, although we might like to think that we can accomplish that in the primary grades, that basic education continues on regardless of age for boys and girls. And so we don't have an age in the USAID education policy, and we continue not to, because we really are focusing on those basic skills that boys and girls and men and women need. Also, the other two goals of the education policy deal very strongly with adolescent girls and boys, focusing on areas of conflict and crisis. There are places like the DRC where girls have been out of school for years because of conflict and issues of violence. And so we are working in places like that to make sure that education can continue, whether it's using technology or other more low-tech ways to make sure schooling continues. We are working to continue education regardless of age, bringing girls back to school in places where they've had to drop out, and finding creative ways to continue it where they continue to not be able to go to a certain place in a certain time. And finally, the last pillar of the education policy focused on vocational schools, working with companies, working with governments to make sure that those who are graduating from schools in those countries have the skills that the economy needs. Not everyone is going to go on to the university, so we need plumbers, we need teachers, we need both people who can write code and people who can help do basic services for the government. So very much through our education policy, we have never forgotten adolescent girls. It was just cross-cutting across all of the work that we are doing. We are very excited about Let Girls Learn because it is a way for us to highlight many of the programs USAID has been doing for years and bringing into the light the tremendous work in Nigeria and Nepal and other places where we're working with adolescent girls on very specific education programs. But we are also doing so much outside of our education team for adolescent girls. Let Girls Learn is really built on the idea that it's a whole of girl, and even if we had the best schools and the best books and the most appropriate facilities, there are so many other barriers for her getting a quality education. And so really looking at our global health programs with HIV, delaying marriage, nutrition, right? The nutritional needs of a 12-year-old who started her period is very different than a boy. And so making sure that those nutritional needs are met. Looking at our democracy and human rights. So girls are empowered, how they fit into the community that they live in and what rights they have to speak up and talk about the needs they have. Certainly economic empowerment, making sure girls see a path forward so that they understand what economic empowerment means for them. So for us, Let Girls Learn is a great opportunity to pull together parts of USAID to focus on a specific group, adolescent girls, but really build on decades of work that we have been doing. I should say the Challenge Fund that was just recently announced by the First Lady is going to be it's very exciting for me because it is actually putting into action what we've been talking about for a long time. We always try to put every cliche that you want. Bring down the silos, work cross-sector, all these things that we talk about at USAID. The Challenge Fund, we are using a new mechanism to put this into action. We have put a call out to civil society, academics, practitioners from around the world to put in a short statement of interest due November 30th. And we're going to bring group of people together to actually have a conversation about what would a cross-sectoral program look like. I kind of imagine a big round table where the global health people say, pregnancy, we have to work on this, and the education people say, but if we don't have women teachers, that's not going to work. And then, of course, we have to have the social norm aspect. If community is engaged, none of this matters. And really try to come up with what is the right balance? How do these things work together in such a way that will really move the ball? Because when I was having interviews around USAID, a lot of people had a great idea, but we haven't done a great model program that was cross-sectoral and whole of girl before. So the Let Girls Learn Challenge Fund is an opportunity to do this. We're going to start with the idea, not talk money, not talk specific programs. I want to, take everyone's proposals that they're sending in and shred them in front of them and say, we don't have this figured out. We're creating something new here. So that's what we're going to do over months. We're going to come together, have this pilot project, and then once we figure out what it would look like if we could do it, then we'll get to then how much would that cost? The USG has put forward $25 million. But we want to see who else wants to invest in this program. I think others are going to be excited from the private sector, from other groups that have been doing this work in a few small countries or in a specific part of what we're talking about. They'll want to join in, and we'll be able to raise the funds it needs to do a couple pilot projects and then see what worked and what didn't so we can expand it around the world. So it's a very exciting program, and I'm really looking forward to the next year when we're coming together and coming up with some new ideas. We're trying to balance both what has worked and innovation. But we don't want to do just innovation for innovation's sake, because we do know that there has been some proven work that's gone on around the world. The question is, how can we tie it together? How can we layer programs for true empowerment? How can we bring the community and girls and fathers to work together to change what needs to be changed for these girls' lives? So we have had some great announcements over the past months with USAID work. In Pakistan, we have been working with girls for a long time and partnering with the government of Pakistan. But as part of the Prime Minister's trip here, they committed to putting more of their government funds towards girls' education, which is key. Yeah. I mean, we can't do it alone. The U.S. government needs to partner with governments along with civil society to make that happen. But we also have new programs that we're working on there, building more schools, girls' schools specifically, where boys and girls don't go to school together. We need more girls' facilities there, and rehabbing other ones to make them more appropriate for girls. We're also doing much more vocational work, this Pathways to Success program, where we're helping girls who might not go to college find other ways that they can join the economy for them. I think it's a lesson learned that we've had across Afghanistan and Pakistan, that we want to be more responsive to the needs of the local economy and help girls be prepared for what exists there. We will have a partnership with DFID on the DRC, specifically in areas with girls in conflict and crisis. And I think you'll continue to see other examples of raising up USAID work and ways that we're changing the funds that we are spending in these countries to be more responsive to the call of Let Girls Learn. So the good thing for us is that mirrors very much our work on child marriage. We do specific work where we fund programs on which we build research and learn lessons. I'm sure you've all heard from the Pop Council this morning about testing different interventions and how they are the most cost effective for us. But we're trying to take this model for child marriage. It's not just we're going to help pass a law that's child marriage, and then once we help pass that law, then all things are fixed, right? That was the child marriage program. It really has to be integrated into education, into health, into many other programs. And so the child marriage and Let Girls Learn are going hand in hand, not completely overlapping each other. There's still work that we need to do to respond to the needs of married children and girls specifically. And obviously there's still Let Girls Learn work that doesn't completely overlap in the countries that have high child marriage prevalence. But we are going to learn from each other and continue to fund programs vigorously in education, child marriage, and then new work on Let Girls Learn.
So a lot of really important work going on, the school to work transition you talked about, which came up this morning. Also, this notion of testing a real multi-sectoral approach,
Right.
The opportunity presented by this Challenge Fund, which I think will generate a lot of interest from the folks who are here. So I wonder if we can turn from Susan's challenge for a whole of girl approach to talk about a whole of government approach. And Anjali, I'd love to pull you in to talk a little bit about DREAMS, which Ambassador Birx announced last year. And this summer, in his trip to Africa, President Obama announced that 2 of the DREAMS focus countries, Malawi and Tanzania, would employ precisely this type of a multi-sectoral approach, focused on health, focused on education, on safety and freedom from violence against women, in order to improve development outcomes for adolescent girls. So can you talk to us a little bit about how does this work in practice? How does this whole of government approach work, and what are the experiences that you're having so far in those countries?
Sure, thank you so much. First of all, it's really wonderful to be here and to engage in such an important dialogue around such an important population. I think what's interesting and what you all know, better than I is that, and what we've heard on the panel here today, is that whether it's lack of education, whether it's poverty, whether it's gender-based violence, whether it's HIV, they're inextricably linked, whether it's child marriage. I mean, so our lens through which we're focusing our effort through PEPFAR is on global HIV prevention, care, and treatment. And as Rachel said, we're really, really privileged to announce DREAMS, which is focused precisely, deliberately, and strategically on adolescent girls and young women. What we know is that every single year, 380,000 adolescent girls and young women are infected with HIV. That translates to 7,300 a week, over 1,000 new infections among adolescent girls and young women every single day. And so what the data were showing us was that we've done a lot of work in this space, and similar to USAID, we've over the years since PEPFAR was launched in 2003, we've done a lot with this population, but never in the way that we're doing it now. And that's what DREAMS is all about. So DREAMS, which again, just to reiterate what it's about, DREAMS stands for Determined, Resilient, Empowered, AIDS-Free, Mentored, and Safe Girls. That's the whole point of it. And we were really, really privileged recently at the UN General Assembly, so just a month and a half ago or so, where President Obama and Secretary Kerry and many other senior officials announced a target for PEPFAR that was specifically for young women. It was the first time PEPFAR has ever released a prevention target for young women, adolescent girls and young women. So it's 40% reduction of HIV incidence among adolescent girls and young women. And so that's exciting. It's bold, it's scary, but it's exciting. And what that requires is getting to exactly what your question is about, Rachel, which is to do something that big requires working not only across the sectors, which is absolutely essential, so working with health and education and security and gender and all of these issues, but also working in a very different way as we implement programs. So not just with government, with civil society, with private sector. DREAMS is a $280 million public-private partnership, which is growing as we speak. Currently, it is U.S. government with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Girl Effect or Nike Foundation. And it is, as I said, it's growing as we speak. And President Obama this summer announced the 10 countries in sub-Saharan Africa where DREAMS is currently focused. And so, it requires a whole U.S. government approach, which involves Peace Corps, the Department of Defense, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, USAID, MCC, the Department of Treasury, NIH, the Health Resources and Services Administration. I mean, it requires a whole of government approach. And while we're privileged to lead this effort through the State Department along with with GWE and with others, the implementation is only possible by leveraging the complementary skills of all of those U.S. government agencies, as well as, and importantly, what civil society is telling us, what young girls themselves are telling us that they need, what the governments are telling us. And so right now, it was launched about a year ago, and plans have been created marching towards this 40% reduction of HIV incidence by the end of 2017. And so teams in each of these 10 countries have worked together across the US government, across multiple sectors, and across multiple partners to develop plans that include a comprehensive package of evidence-based interventions, because we do know a lot about what works. We just have to get it out there and start doing it. And so implementation is beginning, and we've got a big bold goal, but we're ready to do this.
So speaking of big bold goals,
yes,
going back to the United Nations, really a question for everyone on the panel. We now have this time-bound target for the first time to end child marriage by 2030, thanks to the hard work of really many of the people in this room. This is an accomplishment, and it is also one of 169 targets that countries agreed to this past September. So I'd like to ask you, who would ever like to respond to this question, what is it going to take to achieve this target? And what steps specifically can the U.S. take to incentivize the prioritization of this target as countries begin to implement next year, and importantly, to galvanize the resources that will be necessary to support the hard work required to meet it? Any thoughts how to implement that goal?
I have a thought about that, and it may not be what you'd like to hear, but I think that each of the targets is really critically important, and I think delineating them was an important exercise because it makes it clear that we care about all these things. But I think, and I feel pretty strongly about this, we're not solving child marriage on its own. Right? We're not reaching that target by itself. That is not going to happen. That is not possible to do. Child marriage happens for a very complex set of reasons. It varies place by place. It's a cause of poverty for girls. It's a cause of lack of education. It's also a consequence of girls' status. And this, Susan described this well, what we're trying to do in these challenge countries. It's because there's, in my mind, no question that the only way to truly have a real impact here is to try to address all of these issues. The reason we all are working together is because we recognize that, right? All of us have a part to play in this. But it's not just the government, and I don't remember who made this point, maybe Dana. It's obviously the host governments, and critically, it's civil society, right? Civil society is so valuable, certainly on all women's issues, but I think raising this in different countries, pushing hard, pushing us, there are people in this room who push us a lot on this issue, and that's what they need to do, right? I sometimes describe this as civil society is like getting your teeth cleaned, right? It's like you go, you do the briefing, they yell at you, it's like do more, do better, but it's not the most pleasant thing, but then you have nice, clean, healthy teeth.
Look great.
Exactly. Right. And so that's how I see it. But the role of civil society is absolutely critical. They're informing what we do. So as Susan's saying, when we, right now the president announced that we're going to start at least in 2 target countries, and that's Malawi and Tanzania. For our sort of focus country work. Obviously, that's not to the exclusion of anything else, and we're all trying to be synced up in those countries at least, but to step back and say, okay, how do we move the needle here? And I really believe that the only way to move the needle is to address each and every piece. This concept goes back, this was in our gender-based violence strategy. It was in the International Violence Against Women Act legislation that was initially introduced. But it's been really hard to get it done. And I don't want to overstate it, but the fact that the US government is now looking at it this way and saying we need to address it comprehensively is huge. It's a huge step forward. And I think that we are really on the precipice now of figuring out how to do this in a really thoughtful and comprehensive way. And so it's not to, child marriage is a horror, right? I meet these girls. I see what happens to them. Their lives are just irreparably harmed by this, right? Their children's lives are worse. It's all around bad. But we can't fix that in and of itself. It has to be part of a broader effort.
Other thoughts on how to achieve this target under the SDGs and what the U.S. can do specifically to lead on this?
Well, Rachel, you've already given me my homework. And I learned long ago to take that quite seriously. No, all joking aside, I think the effort to think about, as you use the word, the United States incentives in our programming, and I heard echoes of that in many places from the Challenge Fund, that it's both comprehensive and it's incentive-based. Mm-hmm. So I do think the analytic and data effort to say, how can we incentivize this through the United States engagement, and what does that engagement look like, and the values that undergird that engagement are one of the most important tools that we have on most issues and on this issue. But I would agree that in and of itself, I don't know that is enough, that this is a multifaceted challenge, that we have made such strides in gender integration, I think in all of the programs that we run over the last decade, and that will continue to pay off in leaps and bounds. I also think that poverty undergirds most of this. The economics do, the household economics, the community economics, the laddering up to the country level, and that the more those 169 targets speak to different facets of poverty, and that there are different dimensions of our work that are addressing the poverty issues, that we will see dividends pay to this particular issue as well.
Any other thoughts on the SDG?
Well, I would just say that, at some point it has to get down to the community level, and that's why I think what you said about the civil society and some of the work that we do with Peace Corps. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be communities that have to change, and that it takes a long time, a very inclusive process, and it has to be led by the community itself. Facilitated by various partners in different ways, but unless it happens at the community level, and I would say from the bottom up, I think that's the way to make it happen. You have to have a supportive policy environment, you have to have some resources to support, the various interventions, but ultimately, real change starts at the community level.
So multi-sectoral approaches, the importance of economic growth and conditions, community-based change. I'm looking to Francoise to tell me if we have time for a few questions. Okay, why don't we take a few? If anyone has questions, why don't we'll take 3 and then give our panelists a chance to respond. I see a hand over here. There's a microphone coming.
Thank you. It's been a privilege to listen to all of you. Thank you so much. I'm Insha, and I'm from Pakistan. And so my question to all of you is, how far are all of you in your respective areas looking at the linkage between foreign policy and the government's development agenda? And coming from Pakistan, I know that US foreign policy can have adverse influence. There's an anti-US sentiment, for example. The policy will impede provision of some services that we know are so required. Similarly, the policy will also not put in enough or sufficient accountability mechanisms whereby governments can go scot-free and not meet their commitments because holding them accountable would influence foreign policy, so to speak. So if you could just share in your area of work, do you bring in foreign policy and analyze that and see how it will currently or in the future influence your development targets and goals and commitments and agendas? Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we take another question or two, if there are any? Francoise? Yeah. Why not? Here's that microphone.
I'm going to really abuse all my privileges.
That's right.
I wanted to ask the question which you asked early on, Rachel, which is, how do we ensure that this incredible whole of government effort survives this administration?
A great question. For better or worse, presidential campaign season is upon us.
Yes.
So, how can we make sure that it lasts, regardless of what happens? Do we have one more question? I see right here. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jessie Bellum. I work for Context Partners in RPCV, Bangladesh. My question is, we're looking at a whole of government approach. How do we expand that so that we're bringing in the networks of organizations that support this work? So we're whole community approach.
Yeah, right.
A great question, and it relates to a question also of funding for local women's organizations and civil society organizations as opposed to international NGOs, which is a subject that's come up a lot, I think, this whole year as we've been reflecting on 20 years since the Beijing conference and what we still need to do to implement the agenda. One of the common themes has been not only resources, but specifically resources for local groups. So we have the link between foreign policy and a government's development agenda, this question about how we institutionalize this work, and whole of government approach, making sure that we're really supporting those networks. Any thoughts on any of those questions?
I'll say one
Please,
thing,
Carrie.
because I feel like actually I got so carried away with my story that I didn't talk about how we're going to sustain it. And the answer for how we're sustaining it is a little bit about the same as what you were saying, Susan, and that is that Let Girls Learn is very much an approach. I mean, girls' education empowerment is something we've been doing from the very beginning. So our answer to that is we're going to have to integrate it into every single thing we do. It has to be part of every planning activity. Our monitoring and evaluation has to be part of how we think, how we work, how we train our partners, how we train our volunteers. And we're working very hard to do that so that by the end of this administration, it will be impossible to extract it. So that we really, it will just be part of how we do business. So that is our strategy.
I think we're going to be doing something similar in the fact that we updated the USAID, the gender policy 3 years ago. And through this time, we have worked very hard to move through the stages of making the case on why integrating gender is so important and showing studies. Then we moved into how it makes our programs both more effective and more sustainable. So we've created this desire to do this work. Now at USAID, we're giving the tools. We're making sure folks understand if you want to do a good gender assessment or you want to, whatever the sector is across energy and Ebola, how is gender a part of this issue? And we are now doing the same thing with child marriage. We are making sure that people understand that the issue of child marriage can't always stand alone, that it should be part of a lot of the programs that we do with adolescent boys and girls. So we have that as part of it. We just launched a toolkit about how to integrate issues of child marriage across several sectors at USAID, so that it's not just, global health will take care of that. But what about education or economic growth? So we've created the need, we've made the case why, now we're providing the tools. And I think in the long run, that's how we integrate it across all the sectors. It's not a line item that can be crossed out. It's not a single staff person that when they go away, it will fall. But when all the staff understands through education and program work, that's how it becomes sustainable. At USAID, we've also been thinking about a new way of doing development. And we had a big event up at the UN General Assembly. There are so many big events up at the UN General Assembly, but it really was on these ideas of financing for development. The US government, our budget is straight line for several years, and we don't know when that's going to change, but it's also an opportunity to look for other partners. What are other governments doing? Not just other donor governments, but the governments where we work. How are they investing their money in the work that we're doing for the sustainability? And how are we working, quite frankly, to make sure those governments are held accountable, right? The transparency and the responsiveness that they have. I mean, it's actually part of my career path was I used to be working in democracy and human rights issues. And what I realized was that we have two parts of the development puzzle that often don't come together. And that if we're talking about good democracy, if people are hungry, they don't think about voting first thing, right? Mm-hmm. So we have to take care of energy and food and security in order to make people care about democracy. But on the other hand, without good governance, none of our work is sustainable, right? We cannot continue to build hospitals or train teachers unless the government there is committed to upkeeping those projects. Mm-hmm. And so at USAID, we're also trying to work at that. And then finally on local solutions. This USAID Forward, we're investing a lot more and try to get the money to the groups, making them both able to accept the money and use it in such a way that the programs are more sustainable over the long run.
So the importance of institutionalization, of country-owned approaches.
Yeah.
Dana, please.
Yes, I would just add a couple of comments to these. You mentioned the World Bank study earlier, and I think the more data that we bring to bear that early marriage, it drives poverty, and that conversely that you can create growth, and that the more we lift up that data ensures that this issue is not just approached from a moral lens, which I believe it should be, but from an economic lens, and that the closer the nexus to those is which gives me hope that this is not going to go away, because it is the smart thing to do for countries that are seeking to reach a higher status and to graduate into upper middle income status. From MCC's perspective, at the same while, I think it's a combination of institutionalizing the objective. It has been a core corporate goal of MCC since 2010. It is staffed by a professional staff. I have a group of economists, I have a group of M&E specialists, I have a group of road specialists, and there's a social and gender team. All of them are matrixed into a country team. But to give that voice, to make sure that that is institutionalized. And then our challenge becomes, and I'm looking at Michelle in the corner there, is translating in a very country ownership way with what I referred to as the professional staff on the ground, that same commitment, both from Washington to there. So to continue to do the hard work there, but the more data and the more evidence we show that this creates growth is what I think will turn the corner for us.
Anjali.
Yeah, I think, and just to jump off on that point of data, I think related to the question about institutionalization or institutionalizing this across administrations, remember PEPFAR was launched in 2003 under the Bush administration, and at that time, that administration contributed $15 billion, had incredible successes, but this administration carried on and expanded, adding $50 billion to this. So PEPFAR, from 2003 until now is over a $65 billion program that has enjoyed bipartisan support, that has crossed administrations, and it's the data. It's the data, I think, that is the objective voice that carries us through. Of course, there's political will, but what we know and what we've been so focused on, laser focused on in PEPFAR is tracking our dollars to make sure that what we're investing we tracks all the way down to the outcome. What impact is it having on the mother in Kisumu? What impact is it having on the baby? How many babies are being born HIV-free because of the work that we're doing together? So it's that data that is critical to our work that has also, now we've released disaggregated data by gender, which is really important, that has elevated the work that we're doing on adolescent girls and young women, frankly. We hadn't been disaggregating it in the way that it needed to be. And now that we are, I think it further points to the need that we collectively as a globe need to focus on this issue. And so I think that's something that's really important that we're continuing to push for, is this data. And just one piece on the local, the local civil society organizations, that has been a really big focus of ours, particularly when Secretary Clinton was in the office. We were focused a lot on this local capacity initiative to really begin to build capacity of local civil society organizations, capacities within countries, in the 60 countries where we work. And we've since expanded that effort, the local capacity initiative, and also have provided much more funding directly to local civil society organizations. And just to note that through the DREAMS partnership, we're also in the next coming months going to be looking to announce a challenge fund that will we would love for local civil society organizations to apply for. So keep your eyes out for that.
So the importance of institutionalization, the importance of data, of community-based approaches, including civil society. Ambassador Russell, a final word.
I'd like to echo what Anjali said on civil society and local civil society in answer to your question. our office does small grants. And one of the benefits of that is that you can get them to local organizations, but it's not easy, right? Because you've got to identify organizations that have capacity, and part of our effort is capacity building, but that they can meet all of the standards that we have to meet in giving out grants. And so it's not easy for the U.S. government to do that. I understand you do some of it, we do some of it, you guys do it, but it's not simple, and it's not typically, I think, Susan could address this better, but if she had more time, but it is, USAID is big, right? And the grants are often large. So it's challenging, but I do think it sort of goes to the basic point that Carrie's making. We are not the problem solvers. We are trying to help people on the ground solve problems in their communities. They know what the problems are. They know what the best solutions are. Our job is to try to identify those people, try to share information about what we see working in other places, and really try to lift them up so that they can solve these problems.
Yeah, I mean, if I could just finish that point. I mean, I really don't think we're going to move the needle on any of these issues unless we really mobilize and they own the movement. It's not us doing it, but the local communities, the local networks of all kinds own the movement and make change themselves.
And it's often worse if they think the U.S. is doing it.
Yeah, if they think we're doing it, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
It has to be community-led, and that's where the networks of all kinds, including the private sector, are so important.
Well, our panelists have done much to shed light on U.S. government efforts to combat child marriage and also to illuminate the path forward to finally end this global scourge. So please join me in thanking them for being here today.
So much fun to be a sisters.
Thank you so much to our high-level panelists. It's really inspiring to see this many powerful women on stage all together talking about how they're working together to make the world a better place for all of us. While Francoise gets a photo before everyone goes, I would like to thank you all so much for coming today. Francoise is going to do a wrap-up to give us a sense of what we've all learned. But the important work to me, obviously, is what happens after this when we talk to each other, when we figure out how we're going to work together and with the local organizations, the local CSOs that our panelists have been making sure that we know are really the core of these efforts. And just so you know, Girl Summit DC is no longer trending, so try harder. Yes, please. I don't work for Twitter, but I get a bonus from our comms team if I get us trending. So, and now to give us some wrap-up notes, Francoise Girard.
Thank you. Thank you, Lena. You can see she could work in a nightclub or something. You know, just keeping the audience warm until the act shows up. So I have been tasked right now to summarize what we heard today. And I'm going to try to do a coherent job of it because we heard results in terms of the research, but also a lot of discussion of solutions. But they, as you heard all day, the solutions and the research were blended in quite well. And so it kind of slides from one to the other. But to start with, I think we heard very clearly this morning that child early and forced marriage is a worldwide problem. It takes place in every region of the world, on every continent. And however, the evidence we have of the prevalence, the causes, and the interventions comes still largely from South Asia. That's where we have the most data from. And we heard very clearly that we need more evidence from Africa, although we have some, but more evidence from sub-Saharan Africa about what's going on in communities, what are the root causes, and what are the interventions, especially from West Africa. We also need evidence from Latin America, although we heard about some of what's going on in Brazil, and we need to hear from other regions like Eastern Europe, the Caucasus. We heard about certain countries like Georgia. So there's a need for more evidence. We also heard very, very clearly that single interventions, narrow single interventions, magic bullets are not the solution to child marriage, and they don't work, although they're very tempting. They're very tempting because bureaucracies are organized often sectorally around specific interventions. And so if you have a hammer, then everything's a nail, so that is the temptation. And it's easier to administer for a lot of bureaucracies, but they don't work. And we heard this morning the very powerful example from the research done by ICRW on conditional cash transfers in the state of Haryana in India. Very simple intervention, a bond, that paid families to delay the marriage of their daughters until the age of 18, did not work. Didn't delay marriage or increase the educational levels of girls. So a real cautionary note against single interventions and magic silver bullets. We also heard very clearly that poverty is a factor, and our colleagues from the Millennium Challenge Corporation, who tend to see things in terms of economic growth, really were talking about poverty as the element, but we heard actually this morning that it's not the main factor. It's a factor, but it's not the driving factor. The driving factor, and we heard it from different countries, is gender norms. Gender norms and gender inequality and the low value of girls. Girls are seen as liabilities. And combined with that are the low aspirations that families have for their daughters. Marriage and childbearing are seen as the only path forward or the only future possible for girls. And that needs to be addressed, as we heard, first and foremost in communities. That whole conversation about the value of girls needs to happen at the community level with the decision makers who are the gatekeepers of institutions, the key institutions where norms are set, like education, like the military, like healthcare settings, need to be involved in looking at gender norms. There was a bit of a debate about whether or not we need to change the values first and then the behavior will change. I think in the afternoon we heard no, change the behaviors and the values will follow. I think that's a conversation we need to continue to have, because I've seen some of the research on these, the pathway of change, and I think for those of us who study that more closely, behavior needs to change first. Behavior change, you can change your actions and then later on your values adjust to that. Very hard to change values first. But the community conversations about very specific action to keep girls in school and so on are behavior changes that then can lead to profound value changes. We also heard very clearly that control of sexuality, sexual mores, sexual norms are very much at the core of this question of the value of girls. And we heard from our colleagues this morning from Cameroon that the honor of the father, the honor of the family, the shame that it would be brought upon the family and the father from childbearing outside marriage are key questions that underlie this scourge of child marriage. C.K. Bile this morning spoke to us about patriarchy, and the focus on virginity and on honor and shame as key elements that we must address. So that's in terms of root causes. We also heard, and I wanted to underline this because, we heard about investment in education later on, but we heard as some of the causes the structural adjustment policies of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund that were inflicted upon poor countries in the 80s, and the impact that had on social policies and social sector spending in those countries. It basically shifted the cost of schooling and healthcare to families and individuals, and in a context of gender norms that are disfavorable to girls, it reinforced gender norms, traditional gender norms, and further keeps girls out of school and out of healthcare, right? So these decisions, these so-called economic decisions, can have amplified impacts on girls because of the prevalent gender norms. So that's also very important to consider. No economic policy happens in a vacuum. We also heard that changing laws is not enough. Changing laws can be important. It can be useful. But for an example, we heard that in India and Bangladesh, we've had laws on the books for decades that say that marriage must only happen at the age of 18. And it has made no difference. And the reason for that, which was identified this morning, is that
the communities themselves have not changed their views and their values, and the gender norms, again, at the community level, and the aspirations for girls have not changed. So unless the communities are engaged in these conversations, and unless specific behaviors change on the ground, we will not get the enforcement of those laws that are on the book at the national level. And the communities must be mobilized to ensure that laws are enforced in concrete terms. We heard from Danejo something I like very much. Don't fetishize the age of marriage so much. Because she said, well, if you're married at 12 or you're married at 18, but that was a forced marriage, what difference does it make? You know, of course, it makes some differences, and she recognizes it on the health consequences for the girl, her access to education. But ultimately, forced marriage is forced marriage, no matter what age it happens at. So really think about, the age of marriage as the be-all and end-all. It has to be a voluntary marriage, a marriage to a man that the girl has chosen. She has to be in the right circumstances. Now, we heard very clearly that going forward, what we must do is build the assets of girls, right? Don't focus only on, changing the laws or police enforcement and things that have nothing to do with the girls. We heard that from some of the panelists. We need to look at the girls, put the girls at the center, and build the assets of those girls. There was a lot of discussion of the role of safe spaces and girls' collectives as one of the assets that girls have, having a community where they can discuss their problems and get support. But a note of caution that the collectives and the girls' safe spaces must really come from the community and be very embedded in the community. Otherwise, the girls won't be able to attend because there is no trust from the parents or the other gatekeepers that what's going on there is acceptable. And it can actually put some of the girls in danger, quite frankly, if they're discussing issues like sexuality in an environment that's considered unacceptable. So you really need to have the groups generated from the community, and you need to have, we also heard, intergenerational support. You need to have adult mentors from the community involved in those safe spaces to allow the girls to bridge with the gatekeepers, the decision makers, the traditional leaders, and the chiefs so that they can negotiate more space for themselves and some of their own decisions. So very important. So when we're thinking of safe spaces and we want to go to scale, it was raised this afternoon, careful not to simplify the mechanism in such a way that we eliminate those key factors of deep embed in the community with intergenerational support from the community. We also heard about role models from the community in general as having a diffusion effect. In other words, presenting an alternative to girls in the community so that they can change their own aspirations. And girls who can earn a living, for example. It was discussed by Danejo. If a girl is shown to earn a living and she can bring some money to the household, she then becomes a role model and gives girls a different idea of what's possible. We also heard about the importance of conversations that teach the girls themselves about their own rights and their own bodies, because a girl can have agency. And she can say no, but she has to know that it's a possibility. And for that, she has to become aware that she has rights. She has to know herself, her bodies, her own health, and so on. So really doing some work directly with the girls in these safe spaces that speaks to rights. Finally, economic livelihoods was raised by many of the actors. The prospects of jobs alone can be an incentive to keep girls in school, even if the girls actually don't enter in those jobs. But just the notion that there are jobs out there and girls who have an education can access them is sufficient to change the calculation that families and parents have about the value of girls. And in any event, we heard about the importance for girls who don't stay in school, vocational training, because they still need to earn. So practical skills such as the sewing classes that APAD runs are very concrete ways in which girls can actually earn a living and sustain themselves, because ultimately that's also important. We heard about the importance of working with traditional and religious leaders, and again, going back to the intergenerational mediation and the role that adult mentors in the community can play in helping facilitate those conversations. We heard from Danny Jo that young girls can't approach a traditional leader directly. They need some form of intermediation with these gatekeepers, but these traditional leaders play a key role in influencing parents and fathers especially. Other elements of the discussion, context is key. We heard about very different contexts for child marriage. Brazil, where girls have access to schools are there, and the girls are quite mobile, may experience pregnancy as a result of premarital sex in a very different environment, versus Cameroon, where girls don't have as much access to school and are not very mobile and quite often not able to engage in the community very much as young girls, kept at home. So we need to really look at class, rural versus urban, what's the ethnic makeup of the community in which we're working with, are the income levels of the groups we're working with, the interventions must really take those factors into account. There's not a cookie cutter approach, which goes back to my first point about, the silver bullet. We really need to think about what's going on where we're working. Then there was a lot of discussion about education, and is education the magic bullet? And keeping girls in school, is that the solution to everything? I think we heard a few things. First of all, secondary and higher education are pretty important and must be addressed. We must support girls to stay through secondary education. But there was really a debate about what do we mean by education. It has to be education of good quality. We heard a lot of discussion about parents evaluating whether it's worth to keep a girl at home versus sending her to school. As you heard, girls do a lot of work at home, and so the labor of girls in the home is a factor that's considered by the families. If the schools are not of good quality, then the equation changes. The relevance of education, if it leads to decent or meaningful employment or earning, it will become more attractive, and if it's education that has no prospect of leading to a job, then again, the equation changes. The safety of schools and the safety of the road to back from school, very important. So these questions of quality, relevance, and safety really govern the way families think about investing in girls' education. So it's not a straightforward relationship between girls' education and early and forced marriage. And sometimes I think we hear a lot of conversations that are a little too simplistic about keep girls in school and then that's the solution. I think we need to unpack that and complicate the conversation a little bit. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Finally, my last set of comments. The importance of multi-sectoral approaches was emphasized multiple times by many speakers. We need to get out of silos of intervention. And it was noted that the Sustainable Development Goals, which were adopted at the end of September by all 193 governments present, first of all, contain a target on ending child marriage, but many other targets that will be relevant to ending child marriage. Targets on girls' secondary education, targets on access to sexual and reproductive services, information and education, targets on education on gender equality. If we address a range of these things together, I think we can get at target 5.3 on child marriage. And I really echo what Kathy Russell was saying. She says, child marriage per se shouldn't be the objective. I mean, it's a symptom of many other things. Yeah? The low value of girls, the lack of education, and so on. So that's not the end goal. It will be a marker of many other things we're doing for girls and building the assets of girls. And then finally we heard, I think, and it was interesting and reassuring to hear that the U.S. government is really grappling with this in real time. And we had a lot of powerful actors in the U.S. government here explaining to us how they're really starting to think the way we've been asking them to think for quite a while. And we have, Lyric, our fact sheet, which has been calling on the U.S. government to adopt a whole-of-government approach to adolescent girls for quite a while. Well, finally, you heard it here. They are talking whole of government and whole of girls. So I think that's a huge step forward. We should congratulate ourselves a bit. And you heard that in the description of Let Girls Learn as a program that will really involve different parts of the government, as well as the DREAMS, a program from the Office of Global AIDS Coordination, really bringing together many parts of the government, not a purely sectoral approach, but really addressing the whole of girls' lives and trying to bring together very different parts of the government that are not used to working together. The other thing that we heard is that the government is really thinking now about an adolescent girl strategy across the government to coordinate all of these efforts and try to make those conversations happen. And similarly, we've heard through the challenge funds that was just announced for pilot projects in Malawi and Tanzania that there's a real effort concretely to think outside the box, think outside the stovepipes, and really try to move the agenda across the government. So that's exciting. Of course, we're going to still have to engage with our government on this, make sure that those are not just nice announcements, but are something that, as we heard, are some approaches that are really embedded in the work they do going forward, in that once this administration passes on, it can't just be easily unraveled. So the time has come. I think everyone agrees. We can't do business as usual. The traditional approaches, the very narrow approaches have been tried, they've been discarded, they don't work, and they won't be used anymore. And I think there's a real sense now that we're ready to move from rhetoric to action, which is very exciting. But one final word I want to echo is what was said by many, that we can't sanitize the issues of adolescent girls. We must absolutely deal with the aspects of control of their sexuality and the need for them to access comprehensive sexuality education so that we get to those gender norms that are at the root of this problem. So, as these things move through the government, there's often an attempt to remove the most controversial or delicate issues. I think we have to resist that as a community, make sure we deal with this issue of control of girls' sexuality head on and these gender norms head on. And finally, we need to support the civil society organizations that identified the problem of child marriage more than 25 years ago. Now it's finally coming up here, but this has been identified a long time ago by groups working on the ground like ALVF and APAD in Cameroon. And similarly, HIV in girls, which is now been finally surfaced as an issue by the Office of Global AIDS Coordination. We saw this 15 years ago very, very clearly as a problem. So the importance of supporting civil society organization cannot be understated, because we are often the canary in the coal mine. We see things coming a long, long way before governments do. And the solutions, the locally driven solutions, likewise, will come from those organizations. So thanks for joining us today. I'm really pleased to have been part of this. And I want to thank the incredible team of the International Women's Health Coalition, Lena and others, for the work they've done, as well as our partners at Girls Not Brides, at the Center for Global Development, American Jewish World Service, CARE USA, and I'm sure I'm forgetting others, but thank you so much.
No, I just